This is the October 13th, 2022 meeting of the Northampton School Committee and the Student Advisory Council. Pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law, we are meeting on Zoom with remote participation. All participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. And I will ask for the roll call to please be taken to the school committee. Annie.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Robbins.
Here.
Member Gazy.
Here.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein. I don't think I've seen Member Stein yet. Member Levy. Not yet. Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman. Okay. Member Agnew.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
The quorum, yes.
You do have a quorum of 7.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Then we will jump into our agenda for this part of the meeting with a student union presentation of student representatives and the student advisor.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt for a second?
Okay.
Can I have permission to record this meeting? I'm really
Yeah.
this.
Yes, you may.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, now it's recording.
Okay.
I
I mean, we record it, but you're welcome to record it as well if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think you have to give me permission. Sorry.
Okay.
If it takes more than a second, I can just.
Annie, do you know how to do that?
I know how to do it. It says that you can do it. But I imagine it's okay in a public meeting, Mayor?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Okay, you have permission.
Okay. Is that working for you?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Terrific. You're welcome. Okay, so I will hand it over to the Student Advisory Council. And Evelyn, is that you? Who's up first? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Evelyn. I am the new school committee representative. Lila, will you share the presentation? We can get started.
Yeah.
So the SAC committee this year is me, Lila, and Kai, who is also on the Zoom. Our information is on the second slide if anyone ever needs to contact us. These are all of the cabinet information, and then here's our information.
Yeah, so just this being the first meeting, we thought we'd give kind of a brief kind of overview of, what the student union is and how we operate. I know most of you know this already, but just kind of to go over it. Our primary focus is kind of to be a bridge of communication between the Northampton High School administration and our student body. We're always kind of working on improving communication between us and the student body, especially. Whether it's through surveys, office hours, or visits to classrooms. And this year, we really are looking forward to continuing to give you guys all a kind of look into the NHS experience, what's going on with students, and kind of different issues that might kind of concern your work that we can offer insight into. And that will be part of Evelyn's job as the student rep. But through SAC presentations, we'll be able to kind of provide more depth on a lot of the stuff that Evelyn will be presenting on in her meetingly updates. So hopefully this is a helpful way for you guys to kind of know more about what's going on at NHS and the student perspective.
Hi everyone, I'm Kai. This is my first year on the SAC and on Student Union. I'm a 9th grader, and so far at NHS we've already been able to do some things that we haven't been able to do during the pandemic. Obviously we're off Zoom and back in person and masks are off, but we've already had some full grade assemblies at the start of the year, and each grade went down to the auditorium and they were talked to about scheduling and grades and participating in class events like fundraisers and the booster week that we're going to have next week. there are also some school-wide functions being planned by the student government, like a formal and the homecoming dance that is happening next week.
Yeah, awesome. So each year, the student union kind of breaks up into subcommittees. We have bi-monthly meetings, first and third Monday of the month, which are open to the public. So if any of you ever want to come, you're always welcome. But it's hard to get all of the work that we want to get done in just those bi-monthly meetings. So we break up into subcommittees, which focus on more specific issues that we feel need addressing in the school. So this year we have like a bathroom subcommittee, which is kind of general, but more specifically, we're focusing on like making sure menstrual products are available in all of the bathrooms, which kind of involves like upkeep. In the past, it's been kind of vague whose job it is to, resupply all the bathrooms with menstrual products. So that's something that I think we're going to focus on this year. And another thing is kind of looking into urinal dividers in the bathrooms, because that's another thing that students have brought to us as a concern. And then another subcommittee, which is kind of continuing from last year, is a student note-taking network and sports funding subcommittee. So this is kind of has to do more with athletes in the school. We talked a lot about this last year, but with the late start, students have had to miss specifically fourth period classes for sports games. And so this is kind of a solution which will help students keep up in their fourth period classes through kind of like other students providing them with notes from that class. And then anti-racism and bias subcommittee, that's been going on for a couple of years, I believe. And last year we focused on the diversity supplement, which was kind of this idea to make sure that students were enriching their learning in some way in terms of like diversity in their classes and in their curriculum and in the courses that they're taking. So that's something that we want to continue with this year. And then a standards-based grading subcommittee. There is a standards-based grading committee that involves a lot of stakeholders that's happening at the high school right now. But our subcommittee will kind of just be our little version of that, keeping up with that, making sure student voices are being heard in the process of reviewing standards-based grading and stuff like that. And then a lending library subcommittee. That's kind of the lending library, for those of you who don't know, is this kind of closet space that has a bunch of different resources that students may need, like textbooks, snacks, calculators, anything like that. And it's kind of unclear what the school is doing with that right now. So we want to make sure that those things remain accessible to students. And so that's just kind of like an upkeep subcommittee. And then a new subcommittee is disability awareness and accessibility. Because this is a new subcommittee, they haven't totally developed goals for that subcommittee yet, but we will definitely keep you updated on what that subcommittee ends up doing.
So every year, the student union sends out a survey to the student body about general school issues and what they want fixed, what they want changed in the school. Because the student union is really about like taking the voices of the student body, and this is how we do it. So what we've talked about in the last years have been standards-based grading, access to driver's ed, college courses, school scheduling changes, start and end times, and flex block. And we use the results to guide our work for the rest of the year. And this year, we're also going to put in some questions about how students view safety policies, especially in light of the bomb threat that recently happened. And after we get these results, we are going to talk to the staff about how to make safety procedures more accessible to students. And we haven't started drafting the survey yet, but we have a committee on that. And we've talked about revising the questions and how we compile the information from last year.
Okay, so now we want to Sorry. We want to hear from you guys about what you want to know from the students this year. If there are any specific things you want to be on surveys or anything.
Okay, I'm looking, okay, I see member Agna, and then if people are raising their physical hands, I can't see. Is there more to the presentation, Evelyn?
Not really.
Okay, could we stop screen sharing and then I can see everyone? So if people are raising their hands, I can see them. Okay, so member Agna and then member Robbins.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It really gives me a flavor of what your plans are and your goals, and I really appreciate that. I think we all do. I don't know if you'd like to ask a question or in your survey, or just, I think that some of us are interested in how you're feeling about the high school this year and what kinds of concerns you might have about this sort of general culture at the high school. I know that has been something that's been brought up by some. I don't know whether it's a majority. We have no idea, of course. It's all sort of hearsay, but if it's in a survey about whether you feel hopeful or happy or discouraged or whatever, I don't know if that's something you might want to consider, because I think at least I would be very interested in that, in hearing about that.
That's a great suggestion. Oh, sorry, Evelyn, you can go.
Sorry. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that'd be awesome to hear the voices and make sure every student feels heard in the school and their feelings and opinions feel heard. So that's a really good idea, and we should definitely do that.
Yeah, and
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Lila.
sorry, I was just gonna say, we're also kind of collaborating with the administration and maybe student government on that. Ms. Samer suggested the same thing, our new associate principal, about kind of asking students about culture in the school, and that's something that's really important to her. So that will definitely be on there.
Great. I just follow up with, again, this sort of hearsay stuff that happens. Of course it happens, that people are saying, oh, this is what's happening at the high school, or this is what's happening. And I know you can't be completely scientific in getting a full picture, but it might be nice if those who don't have a voice or don't share things with people out loud, that maybe they can answer it on a survey. So that would be, I think, what you said, Evelyn, that getting everybody's voice would be wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, member Robbins.
Sorry. Hi, you guys, and thank you so much for the work that you do and for joining us. And I know you're going to figure out who's going to be on the curriculum subcommittee, but you probably already know that some of the areas that we're looking at this year that have been sent to us by larger school committee are going to be standards-based grading. So as the survey that you do with that, let's work together on it. And really think about I think the survey you did last year was great, but as I remember, I think the senior class did not participate. Is that right, Lila?
There were members of the senior class that participated, but it was definitely significantly less than other classes, from what I remember.
Yeah, I think I remember that as well. And it was a good number of students, but it would be nice to know sort of as that process starts this year, what student input is on that, as well as working with Ms. Harrison around the embedded honors piece as well. So we asked for some evidence-based feedback and data on that. And a big part of that's going to be student voice. So we really look forward to your being active members of the curriculum subcommittee. And we know you're really busy, and we know you had soccer this week. And I hope you won, Kai. Did you? Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
won
I heard
6-1.
that. Yeah, well done. Thank you so much, you guys.
Hey, any other feedback? Oh, sorry, member Davis.
I'm wondering if, and to just tell me if this isn't the time. This isn't a thought about the survey, but it was a question about the list of things that you said you'd be working on or hope to be working on. Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Is that okay? And that has to do with what you were calling the lending library. And I think that's a wonderful thing. I don't think that I realized that you had that. And I just got thinking, I just wrote down how to find out. It seems, I think you said something like who clarify who's monitoring that or getting that back up. I realize maybe it's a detail that people maybe don't have on their radar yet, but I bet it would be really useful to people. And I would just wondering how we find out who's on that, who's on the case, who, am I making sense there? Like who in the administration gives a go ahead on that or unlocks the door, or how I contribute to what's in there or things like that.
Yeah, so sorry, hopefully I'm understanding you, but I think our issue right now is that there is no member of administration who's in charge of it. Last year, it was just kind of like a closet. I wasn't part of the subcommittee, so I'm not totally sure how we got access to it. But there was funding from like the PTO and from fundraising that we've done in the past for materials there. And so that subcommittee kind of dealt with like replenishing everything that was there. This year, there's some confusion because no like adult in the school was in charge of it, but it seems to be somebody's office now. And so there's just a lot of confusion. So I think that's kind of what the subcommittee is trying to address, is like, we need somebody who like actually is employed by the school to, keep up the lending library. And like, we will be able to help with that, obviously, and we can provide funding for that, but we need, structural systems in place to make sure that it continues working. And another thing is that it's, like you said, like you didn't totally understand it. And that's something that's like very common. Like most people don't know that the lending library exists. So that's another thing that we want to like make it more kind of clear to students and the student body as a whole, because like obviously it's there to serve them, and we haven't done the best job in the past making it clear to them that like this is for them and it should be accessible to everybody. So that is a very good point.
Because I was just thinking, you all with the Key Club or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's they do good works, and they're fundraising, and there's an advisor, and all of you, get your heads together because it's a wonderful idea. So thanks.
Thank you.
Member Goldman, and Annie, can you please make Member Goldman a co-host?
Thank you. This is great. Thank you for the presentation. My question is about the survey process in general. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to how you develop the survey and develop the questions if you're using sort of survey science, because it's certainly also an art. But wondering and what your considerations are in gaining as many responses as possible.
Yeah, so I can take this one. So that is a big concern that was brought by the last school committee, I believe, was about our survey process. I'm sure you remember Goldman. But so we're definitely working to address that this year. We are trying to, so the student union has like a lot of money from past fundraising. And so our treasurer is trying to figure out how we can spend that money on like some kind of survey tool so that we can better analyze the data. And we also want to collaborate with like people who like have expertise in this area, like maybe statistics professors at Smith or even statistic teachers at the high school, anything like that, just to make sure that our questions are as unbiased as possible. And in terms of, and we are totally open to suggestions about that if you guys have any, because that's definitely an area of an improvement for us. But we also have had issues with like reaching a good number of students and like demographically proportional number of students in our school for our like survey responses. So one idea for that is to, on Mentor Monday, that's like at the beginning of the week, we all have like flex where we sign up for our flex box for the week. But one idea is that we kind of make that an assignment for Mentor Monday, so that Mentor Monday teachers are monitoring like students taking that survey, so that we can maximize the number of students that are responding and trying to make it a little bit more equitable at least. But yeah, that is a very good question and definitely something that we're working on.
Thank you.
Dr. Pearson Campbell.
I just want to say thank you to our future school committee members, Lila and Kai. I think you'll be so great how you organize, and it's just a great role model for us to follow. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you. I second that.
Thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Or do you three have anything else that you wanted to cover or share with us? I know I think there are a couple more slides. I don't know if you wanted to go back to the presentation or.
Yeah, the rest of the slides was just like any questions and thank you for coming. So we haven't not covered anything. But yeah, if you guys don't have any more questions, I guess thank you so much for having us. I don't know, Kai and Evelyn, if you guys want to say anything.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us. And I've been taking notes the whole time on the questions and answers. So we will bring it up in the next meeting and get back to you guys. So thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, the three of you and all of you for the work that you do to make our schools even better. So we're really appreciative. Okay, if there is nothing else in this meeting, then I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn the student advisory portion of the school committee meeting.
Second.
Yeah, second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Member Agnew, seconded by Member Robbins. Roll call, please.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Is Member Stein with us yet? No.
I don't think so.
Member Levy with us yet? Not quite. Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agnew,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned till the next meeting that starts at 6:30. Annie, is it the same link or do we need to leave and come back?
It's the same link.
Okay, so
We can
welcome
stay
to
right here.
stick around, but we can't start before 6:30.
No. So take a little break.
Good evening. Welcome to the October 13th Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Mayor Jean Louise Shara, the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I'll begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Do we need to call it again after we did it first for the
We
student?
did
advice?
adjourn.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Sorry. Member Gazy.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Do we have Member Stein yet? No. Member Levy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
And Member Robbins.
I'm here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. We will begin with public comment. If you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. I'll set a 3-minute timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, although we do have an extremely long meeting ahead of us, so brevity is always appreciated and you needn't feel obligated to use all 3 minutes. I ask that all but the school committee turn off your video until called upon because only the person recognized has the floor. So I'm now looking for any hands. I see Jeff Napolitano.
Hi, my name is Jeff Napolitano, and I'm a parent of 2 kids in Northampton schools. I live in Northampton. I'm here to urge you to vote against the ad hoc COVID advisory subcommittee's motion. 2 meetings ago in that subcommittee's meeting, the policy of the CDC was conflated with that of Deci by a member with no public health or medical expertise. It was a false equivalence and one that was revealed by simply looking at both policies. In the subcommittee's last meeting, when there did seem to be an awareness that Deci's guidance was far less protective for students than the CDC, that same committee member then pivoted to equate the state health department's policy as being in line with Deci's guidance. This member stated that we're not like some, quote, Western states. We're in Massachusetts, so we should trust Deci's guidelines. So let me please remind everybody that Massachusetts is not a magical place that is protected from bad policy decisions. We are in fact operating under a Republican administration that is often conflicted about COVID protections with state representatives and senators, including our own. Senator Comerford is the chair of the Joint Committee on COVID-19, and a year and a half after testimony from experts, committee released a report this June that made 16 recommendations, including, and I quote, setting clear thresholds and data trigger points would provide the public at large with clarity around a change in the Commonwealth's posture regarding the deployment of non-pharmaceutical interventions, such as masking policies. That report has been ignored by this state administration, and Deci's recommendations fly in the face of it. Furthermore, the Massachusetts Teachers Association was also not happy with Deci over the last-minute lifting of mask mandates and guidelines. And in fact, their Environmental Health and Safety Committee believe that their guidelines are bad policy and neglects common sense measures like masking. We all know that the ad hoc committee's work is not done because member Robbins was actually recognized in the middle of it to point out that this motion was, quote, not what we asked the committee to do. She pointed out that the committee was to come up with guidance around universal masking, on-ramps and off-ramps because the state administration is not focusing on science. It is worth noting that the 2 doctors on the committee who were present voted against this motion. Finally, I want to try and emphasize that on issues of medicine and science, that you should forefront actual doctors and scientists and not just people who claim things like masking impairs learning. This misinformation from COVID minimizers reached such a pitch that the American Academy of Pediatrics recently published multiple statements debunking this claim. The AAP also makes several recommendations, including the importance of in-person learning and the necessity of universal masking when there is COVID transmission in the community. So please vote against this motion and ask that the ad hoc committee do its job of determining the ways we can keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for any other comments. I don't see any hands. I'll give it a moment. Okay, seeing no further comment, we.
Excuse me, Mayor, there was, one of my constituents sent you, I think, a letter that she wanted to be read in public comment. That's what, at least I think that's what I read in the beginning of it. She said she wanted to submit a public comment ahead of Thursday's meeting.
Okay, and usually those are, then we receive them by email. I don't, as far as I know, I haven't seen that.
Okay, I just remember that Mayor Narkowitz used to read them. So maybe that was just his sharing of stuff.
I don't know what I'm looking. If you can give me more information, I can look for the email, but
it was from Suzanne Taberge.
Oh,
I'm happy to look for it. Mayor Narkowitz did it once in a while. He didn't do it with every letter, obviously, that we received.
No, but when somebody asked to have it read in public comment, I believe he did.
This just says I'm writing to submit a public comment ahead of the meeting, which I'm unable to attend. So I think the hope was that we would read the comment, which I think we have.
Yeah, it was sent to the full committee.
Yeah.
So can we just clarify that? Because I do know past practices being that Mayor Narkowitz did when people asked for it to be read aloud at public comment, because it's not just us, it's having that be part of our public record.
I understand, but Suzanne did not ask me to read it.
So what, did she phrase that wrong? Because I'm writing to submit a public comment.
Yes, it's a written public comment and it went to the full
Right.
committee.
Yeah, as we often say that we receive comment, written or verbal public comment.
So the
Okay.
committee has already read it.
I get it. And I'm not going to argue the point, but I think when somebody says, I want to submit, I can't come, and I want to submit a public comment ahead of the meeting, then we need to clarify what that is. And I'm happy to let that go at this point, but I'm a little saddened by past practice and this practice.
I mean, people have, I think, said that in the past, and usually when they say that I'm writing because I can't attend, that means that they're submitting their comment to us so that we could see it. Because they would.
So what do they need to say, just to clarify it for our public? If they say, I'm writing to submit a public comment ahead of Thursday's meeting, what do they need to say? I know that her intent was for you to read it tonight. So how did she misword that?
In the past, when somebody can't make it and they want their comments read, they've sent a friend, a proxy, to speak in public comment for them and read it out loud for them.
And when Mayor Narkowitz did that?
Maybe it was a direct request, and so she did not request the mayor this time around. It's a very long comment too.
I believe it's under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any, okay, so we're done with public comment. Oh, John. Hold on one sec. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I'm looking at the agenda here and there's a section about written comments being submitted in advance right at the top of it. Is that I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Any?
Am I muted?
Oh, no, we could hear you. Thank you for sharing that. Do you have any, you have more time if you have any other comment you'd like to make? Okay, thank you. Oh, go ahead. You are unmuted, John. If you have further comments. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. Member Stein, did you have a public comment you wanted to make? Can you please, Member Stein's not a co-host. Can you please make him a co-host? Annie? Okay, you should be able to.
No, sorry, no, it's just to this point, which I think there might be confusion around what we mean by public comment, right? So there's comments from the public to us, and then there are public comments delivered in a deliberative public setting, right? So I could see someone confusing what we mean when I'm delivering, like, send us public comments. So I don't know, maybe it would behoove us to clarify, but I can see the reading of the public both ways. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on how we might fix it going forward.
Certainly, and we maybe we should work on clarifying that. That's something that we as a committee can work to clarify what those 2 things are. But any comment that is emailed to us that we receive as a body also becomes part of the public record. People should understand. Anything you email us becomes part of the public record. But this would be part of the public record attached to this meeting if you ask that it be public comment for this meeting. Okay, seeing no other hands, let me just scroll through. I'm going to move us out of public comment and into announcements. Any announcements from the school committee? I'm looking for hands. Member Agna.
Hi, as some of you know, I've been holding what I call office hours with various members in public places, sort of late afternoon when people might be off work. And these are not deliberative office hours. These are more opportunities for people to stop by if they have questions about the plan for funding from the state, or if they're wondering about this and that. It isn't anything that I share as a decision, or I actually ask for any kind of, with my colleagues, to have some discussion in front of people. But so far, there have been people who've come. I've done this with Member Gazy, Member Robbins, Member Davis. Member Miller was going to come at one point. It's, it's not always an easy time to come at 5 o'clock, but it's sort of just decided. So I'm doing one more. I've been trying to do it once a month. I'm doing one for Ward 4 in Lamprun Park next to Bridge Street School. And Member Davis, as the other at-large person, is coming. And I hope that Member Stein will be able to come as well as the rep from that ward. And anybody else is definitely always welcome. And again, we don't do anything that is decision-making. It isn't something that I hope that we are not liable for a quorum kind of thing. It's not a meeting. It's just to hear if anybody stops by, and we take notes and understand what people might be thinking or wondering about in our community. Our next one is Monday, October 17th at 5 o'clock at Lamprun Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Robbins.
Thank you. I'm going to remind us that the school committee has endorsed the fair share amendment, and the weeks are ticking down to that vote. And we have a lot of very concerted out-of-state opposition to that, and a lot of dysfactual information that's being shared with constituents. And I would encourage anybody who has any questions about what the actual genesis is of that amendment and who it would affect and how it would benefit our schools should really go to the Fair Share website. And if you don't have a lawn sign, or you have time to canvass or attend the NACE phone calling, which I think is on the 19th, then we really need to put our shoulders into it, because there's a lot more money coming in to convince folks it's not a good idea, and we really need them to know that it's incredibly important that it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend the walking school bus at Bridge Street School, which has gotten off the start of the year with flying colors. I have become a school bus driver this year, and we have seen strong ridership on the I'm sorry, I'm losing the name of the other route that
The lumberyard?
Thank you, lumberyard. The lumberyard route has strong leadership, ridership on it, and the Sheldon Field route is not as strong ridership as it used to be. So if there are any folks listening or watching who have students in that neighborhood, please invite them to participate in the walking school bus, as well as parents or caregivers can drop kids off at the Sheldon Field Park and Ride, and the school bus drivers are walking school bus drivers are there to meet students starting at 7:30 and leave at 7:40 a.m. So it's a lovely walk to school, and much fun is had by all.
Excellent, thank you. Any member Stein?
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, and also want to thank all of my neighbors, many of whom are no longer have schools in the system, who have volunteered to be bus drivers, and encourage anyone out there who would be interested in being a bus driver, even if you don't have a child in the district or at the school, that there's always a need. And a neighbor recently commented it's the sort of bright spot she starts the day with the kids. So I know it's pretty meaningful for those folks as well. So thanks to all the drivers and any other volunteers. Please reach out if you're interested.
Thank you for that. And thank you to Stephanie Pouliot, who has been organizing it for quite a while, and who I see here on this meeting. So I want to make sure that she gets recognized. I want to encourage everyone to definitely phone bank for the Fair Share Amendment on the 19th. But I also have to say that I want people to know that the NEF Spelling Bee is also on the 19th. I think you can do both. Spelling Bee, the spelling begins at 6 p.m. The doors open at 5 p.m. This is at JFK. This is the 20th NEF Spelling Bee. And so there is food available for purchase at Le Bistro, provided by Cooper's Corners, and ice cream from Harold's and baked goods from the community. And then the spelling will begin. And if you have never experienced the Spelling Bee, it's a truly spectacular event. It's so much fun. Am I right that there's a school committee team? Maybe. Okay, so this is a plug that I know that NEF is still looking for teams. So we pull it together. Let's get a team together. I have a city hall team. I think there's just a little competition. There's a city council team. There's a city hall team. So come on, school committee, we can do this. But please go out and support NEF, which supports our schools. Any other comments or announcements? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to recommended actions, which is our consent agenda. And the only item this evening is a Smith College donation for $9,000 for IMAX, Optiplex, and Dell computers. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
There's been made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Agna. There's no discussion, so roll call, please, Annie.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes, thank you.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes, and thank you, Smith College.
And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Great.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. And next, we will move on to reports and recommendations. First up, we have rules and policy, member Gazy, with a first reading on policy BDF, advisory committees to school committee. And I think maybe that's the only one that you're gonna speak on this evening, perhaps, member Gazy. I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, there are several that are under consideration. For BDF, there was a question last time because we have ad hoc committees and we have advisory committees. We went back to MSAC and looked at theirs, and they don't really have any ad hoc committees anymore. We have taken we looked at their recommended policy and liked it. We've sort of taken the, made it a new way of doing business by appending the mask policy at the end of our old policy. So let me get my notes out. And find where I wrote this all down. Of course, there were Christmas. Oh, well, I'll just wing it. So there were questions about the current MASC policy does have more guidelines on how to, on appointing it, who appoints. In this case, it would be the school committee, and with staff, the superintendent's recommendation to the school committee. They are temporary in nature, focusing on one thing. There's usually a time limit of a year, which can be upped. And at the end, this part I've spent all day trying to find. There's a note in bold down below the cross references that talks about if there's a general staff advisory committee for making all types of recommendations to the school committee, statements about the advisory committee would be filed in ABB and GBB. Well, I've been all over the policies and I cannot find ABB or GBB in MASC. So I'm not sure what that's about. So we sort of just moved that in wholesale into the area. Oh, here they are. I think this yeah. And we don't, there were questions about whether we should list committee members, and we should not. All advisory committees must follow open meeting law. So I guess we don't even need ad hoc committees. They're just named advisory now. So that's that.
Okay,
Any questions? Comments?
Member Levy.
I knew that wouldn't come.
Sorry, I was trying to wait and see if other people had questions first.
Go ahead.
So two questions.
Mhm.
One, first, thank you for doing all the digging and the research. So section 6E, I don't understand what it's saying. And so I wonder if the committee or the subcommittee could go back and just clarify that one, or maybe it's just been a long day.
I think it has to do something with open meeting laws, in that all of these advisory committees would be subject, of course, if there's elected officials on them, that goes without saying, but that was my understanding. Maybe member Seraphy Cox has a more nuanced interpretation of that paragraph.
Can you say the number and letter of it again, please?
6E.
Mm-hmm. School
I'll read it.
committee.
Yeah, go read it.
School committee policies governing citizens committees and the relationship of these committees to the school committee as a whole, individual school committee members, the superintendent, and other staff and other members of the professional staff. So the beginning of that is up at the top. So each committee will be clearly instructed as to school committee policies governing these various things.
Okay, there might be just a clearer way of saying it. Sorry, I mean that with the greatest respect.
No, I mean, we didn't write this, right? We got this from MASC, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. So each committee will be clearly instructed as to the policies the
govern all of these groups, right?
yes. Governing citizens committees and the relationship of these committees to the school committee as a whole is what that blah, 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 blah. And then policies governing individual school committee members and policies governing the superintendent and other members of the professional staff. So I see, you know, it is definitely convoluted. I see what you're talking about there.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
My other question is, and please feel free to point me to the part of this document that says this, but I'm curious how agendas get created for these groups, and whether that's something that is governed by the group themselves, given the charge, governed by the school committee. I'm just curious, and I think it might be helpful. Well, I just wonder if you all think it would be helpful to add that or not.
I would assume that because there's that instruction in 6E, that the agenda setting or the agendas would follow sort of the school committee type of policy. Is that what it's saying there?
Well, I mean, like, who chooses the content of the agendas? Annie looks like she knows.
Well, usually the chair of the subcommittee will send me what they wish to have on the agenda, and we will develop it in consultation with the superintendent. You know, and have a draft that gets approved by the chair.
So I wonder if we want to add that, unless you think it's redundant, because that's how all of our subcommittees work, but because it's not a subcommittee, it's a whatever, it's not an ad hoc, it's an advisory committee. Just wonder if maybe we want to add that language to make it clear.
Member Gazy, do you are you taking notes on these things, or do you need me to?
I am
Fabulous.
taking notes, although I did not follow on 6E what you were talking about there, but I figured you had that in hand.
Yeah, if you just
I'm taking notes on everything.
clarify it, then I think we can figure that out.
I've got the clarifying. I'm adding language about how to set agendas.
Yeah.
You know, do we follow Annie's rules?
Annie's past practice.
They're not my rules. You know,
they're not hers.
You vote for a chair for that, for an ad hoc, just like for any other subcommittee, and the chair is responsible for generating the agenda, but you can make any rules you want. They're your rules.
Would the school committee set the chair, or the members of the advisory committee vote?
Well, the members of the advisory committee vote on the chair at the first meeting.
Yeah.
And then the chair works with, you know, me and Dr. Pearson Campbell to generate the.
Okay.
And I'm sure the chair takes into account what other members of the subcommittee or the ad hoc committee have to say about the next agenda. And it's also driven by what was discussed in the last meeting and what business needs to be forwarded.
Thank you. And superintendent. Okay, we'll try to make that clearer. Member Stein, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, members of the Rules and Policy Committee, for going through all of this. I've peeked around in the MSAC guidance looking for things, and it is like a labyrinth of potential dead ends and illuminating nuggets, and I'm very grateful. Yes, a lot of rabbit holes. So I have like a really basic question and then one suggestion that might be pertinent or not. So the question is, like, when you were looking, Holly, through all this stuff, does it just seem like ad hocs are now just called advisories, or was there like a meaningful difference at some point? Or
we called, we talked to somebody at Mass. Didn't you do that, Member Robbins? And asked, because I asked about ad hoc policy, ad hoc committees, and they don't have them anymore, really.
So that's actually what I was told by Tracy, was that ad hocs are undescribable. They actually don't, they're a little bizarre. They don't have anything concrete other than how the committee is formed. And then after that, that committee decides how it will run. And I did say it would be very helpful for us if that was written down somewhere. And she seemed to think that it wasn't going to be helpful if it was written down somewhere. And she was okay about just getting a lot of phone calls about it. But it wasn't, she didn't say the ad hocs don't happen. But I think in our discussion, what we decided was that if you can set the terms of an advisory committee, why throw in the words ad hoc, I think. Is that right, Holly?
Yes, because
Yeah.
it is, an ad hoc is just a temporary committee, time limited on a specific issue. And we just call it advisory now.
Great. No, thank you so much. That's super helpful. I guess the ad hoc doesn't say anything, whereas advisory sort of names what the body's doing on a specific thing. Yeah. The suggestion I had, and you may have already done this, or it might not be pertinent to everything, every policy, is I'm wondering what elements of the city charter might need to be taken into account by the policy, right? Because I think there's provisions, and I could be wrong, entirely wrong about this, about the mayor's role in appointing members to advisory committees or ad hoc committees. So I would just suggest that, like, if there is language about that that would impact us, that we include it in some way. And I think for a number of our policies, because this has just been updated in the last couple of years, there may be pieces of the city bylaw, the city bylaws that would supersede or need to be named, right? Or go alongside it. So it's just a suggestion. I don't have an actual specific instance here, aside from the power of the mayor to appoint the ad hoc or the advisory committee, right? But maybe if that is in the charter, we should name it in the school committee, so it's congruous, Congress with one another. Yeah.
In the mask sample, they make it clear that advisory committees, members on the advisory committee are appointed by the school committee for citizens, and that the superintendent will recommend any staff to the school committee to include them. So I don't know how that works with, when we were making our last ad hoc committee, we sort of were just working along on something based on 2003 without a lot of illumination on these fine points, which is why we sort of realized we needed to update that policy.
Member Gazy, may I recommend that you show this to Attorney Taylor?
Yes.
Who could answer that question. Like Member Stein, I had a similar question because our charter would supersede this. And while I would be delighted to share this responsibility, particularly with the number of advisory committees we create, I'm not sure that.
So the question is, does the city charter dictate that the mayor
appoints,
be the appointing authority?
Yeah.
Okay. I will do so.
Thank you. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Yes, to that point, it would be very helpful. Thank you, Member Stein and Mayor. It would be very helpful to have it be clearly included in this policy about who appoints the members of the committee, and what kind of, if they can have anyone on the committee can be nominated and voted in as chair, or if it needs to be a school committee member. If there's a requirement for school committee members to be on the committee, and if so, what number or ratio or what have you. Yeah, because
I'm taking it all down, Holly. So
God,
right.
I'm trying to keep up, but I don't write very fast.
Just because these questions have been asked, and we've we've had answers, but I think it would have served the committees to have a policy. I thought you were going to say it was 2,000 years old. It's like, that sounds about right, but 2003.
Yeah, feels like that.
Yeah, just to really lay it out
So
is really helpful.
did you get all those?
Thank you.
things, Annie? You're fast. You're amazing.
Annie knows all those questions.
Good.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
The other question that I want to bring to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee is actually about the word citizen in the policy. I think in one place we may have changed that word to resident, but there's questions about that too. So one of the questions is, my assumption is that people do not need to be naturalized citizens or anything like that in order to serve on these committees. So the use of the word citizen is a little problematic there. And then, but if we replace the word with resident, then the question is, do they have to be residents of Northampton in order to serve on the committee? And that, I think, is a question to look into the city charter for. And we did have some discussion about this at our last meeting, but yeah.
Yeah, because some of the people that we had on the ad hoc committee were not residents of Northampton, right? Some of the experts.
Well, that was certainly when the question came up. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just going to say that we were told that only residents could be on the ad hoc committee.
That is my understanding, but again, Attorney Taylor would be able to answer that based on the charter language. Member Miller.
Two things. I'm going back to 6E. I think it's convoluted and very hard to understand. So I think it would be better if it said, because if you go back to 6, right up to where the sentence should be, each committee will be clearly instructed as to school committee policies governing, by the way, not citizens, residents, committees, and the relationship of these committees to the school committee as a whole. I would stop with a period right there. I think it gets convoluted where you start into what's the individual school committee members, the superintendent, other member, what is that related to? It's a run-on sentence that doesn't make any sense.
And we always hate run-on sentences.
I would just stop it after whole. I would put a period, because it's just like, I don't even know what they're talking about anymore.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And I agree with what Member Seraphy Cox said. It's not that it necessarily you have to be a naturalized citizen. You have to be a resident. Is that the question? Resident of Northampton?
I can share that we've changed that language elsewhere in city ordinances and policies to change it to resident instead of citizen. We've tried to move away from using citizen.
Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just confirming that, Annie, can you bring the policy with that specific recommended change from Member Miller to the subcommittee meeting? That would be super helpful.
Yep, I'll make the edit before the meeting next week.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments on this policy? Okay, seeing none. Member Gazy, I see you writing and I don't want to interrupt you, but do you have other things you need to cover in your report?
Let me just go over here, because we had, I can very briefly tell you that we are still working on BEDG. The minutes we did at the at our retreat talk about some changes to make the minutes more accessible and to give more complete understanding. And I have to compliment Annie on putting the links to the documents right into the minutes. That's very helpful. And so we're looking into annotating our agendas a little bit more. Oh, that's agenda. I tell you, all these So the agenda is what I was talking about. That we are working on. And the minutes, we are awaiting Layla to give us a final reading on how soon we need to get them out and all of that. So there are several things that I have to contact Layla about.
Okay, terrific. And I also want to thank Annie for adding links to the agenda, which is something that I have wanted for a very long time, since before I sat on the school committee. So thank you. Any further comments or questions for this report? Okay, seeing none. With the committee's permission, I'm wondering if we can take a brief break from reports and just move up a couple new business items, because we have a couple of guests this evening that have other important things that they need to get to. So if you all don't mind, what I would love to do is first move up. So this is under 7, new business B, vote to accept the NAF book fund donation. And then after that, if we could do the student representative report, that way our students can move on and do other things with their evenings. So I saw a nod, so I'm going to go ahead and invite Amy Levine to join us this evening and talk about the NAF book fund donation. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for that wonderful shout out about next week's spelling bee. That, of course, and thank you to the people who are willing to be on a spelling team. That's wonderful. That fundraiser supports our small grants program, and I'm here today on behalf of the book fund. And the book fund money is raised through our spring plant sale, which took place in May this year, through the sale of donated plants as well as raffle tickets, and also a direct appeal that went out with the city's street listing. And from all of that, we were able to raise $17,000. A portion of it goes to the Smith the Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School, and the rest goes to you. So it's that funny number of $16,266.78. That money is, well, I can tell you how last year's money was used. Often to support, each school uses the funds really to support their libraries, to expand resources for the high interest books for students, as well as their nonfiction sections. And then also, I know last year the high school added texts in their fine arts. We were able to fund some musical compositions at the high school, some differentiation texts to help with differentiation in the 9th grade with Shakespeare. The middle school piloted a reading workshop approach with young adult fiction and memoir, and the elementary schools continue to diversify their curriculum. And also I've noticed in recent COVID years, they've added a lot of resources for their youngest learners. Schools place orders or place requests for books through our website, and NEF just makes sure that all the paperwork is in order before passing it to the school department. It's Wendy Blanchett in the school department who will be taking over from Donna Lawrence in a couple of weeks to process those orders. And so NEF does not, unlike our small grants where we have a committee that looks through the grants for book fund, we don't assess the curriculum at all. We trust our professionals in our schools. So we just pass that on to them. Do you have any questions before you vote or comments?
Any questions for Amy? Member Agna.
I'd just like to comment as a thank you, and knowing as a principal how critical that fund was for not only our library collection, but it was really so helpful to the teachers to provide them with printed materials and sometimes other kinds of media, which we really appreciated that you were open to other kinds of media as well. So it's just a comment and a thank you for doing this. It's really critical to the schools. Thanks.
Member Stein.
Similarly, I really wanted to thank you and the organization for all the work. As someone who works in fundraising, it's a lot of work and a lot of difficulties and events, and it's a lot. And I greatly appreciate it and appreciate what it does for the students in Northampton. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, of course, echoing the thanks of my colleagues. I'm curious, is this fundraising amount that you have, is it more or less than past years? Is it about average?
It's a great question. It's last year I think it was 16.5 and this year it's 17,000. But last year's plant sale was an even greater turnout, and this year we had more direct donations. It was like a very chilly day in May for the plant sale, and we didn't get quite as many donations, but people stepped up in other ways. So it's about average. The only year that was really low was when we had to cancel the plant sale in 2020. And that we lost a whole fundraiser and we weren't able to replace it. And great comments also from member Agna about, but we do fund any text or any learning resource. It's not just a book, because certainly things can take the form of digital often. So we try to apply, the fund is about 25 years old. So we try to apply this century's ideas to what a text is. But does that answer your question about funding?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any further questions or comments for Amy, I will add my great thanks to you and NEF. And I will be looking for a motion to accept the donation.
Motion to accept the donation with gratitude.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made by member Levy and seconded by member Davis. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, roll call please, Annie.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Amy. Have a good evening. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Evelyn, are you there? Oh, hi. Can you unmute? Sorry, Evelyn Smith.
Hi. Oh, no,
Sorry,
not
wrong-
Evelyn Smith.
Sorry,
I'm
wrong
Evelyn
Evelyn. Evelyn.
I got a message from Evelyn.
Okay.
That she can't come in until 7:45.
Oh, okay. Then we won't move her up. Okay. Let's go back then to our reports and go to member Levy, please, on superintendent evaluation.
All right. So what I want to do tonight is share with you a little bit about the process we went through to land where we did with the both the goals and the standards that we're going to be inviting your input into, and tell you a little bit about what we hope you will do throughout the year as a part of this process. And then we'll invite your input specifically to the goals. So first, I want to share that there's a lot of work that the superintendent does. And the superintendent's goals represent some, but not all of that work. The standards represent a lot more of the work that the superintendent needs to do. And I will say that after the retreat that we had, I recalled a side comment that our facilitators made about interim superintendents not being evaluated. And so I spoke with our facilitators afterwards and asked them to elaborate on that. And they shared that sometimes interim superintendents don't get evaluated because the work is to really sustain and not make any changes. So I checked in with Dr. Pearson Campbell to share this and to get her thoughts. And we also discussed it on the subcommittee. And we all agreed that it would be really helpful to have some goals, but that we would need to be really mindful that the goals would be really within the scope of what an interim superintendent could do in a short year. And we also recognized that while all of the indicators in those standards, that the document that you've got in your folder, typically in a typical year of a non-interim superintendent, superintendents would be evaluated on all of those indicators. And we agreed that it would not be wise or fair to evaluate Dr. Pearson Campbell or an interim superintendent on all of them. And so what we did was we went through a process that I'll explain in just a moment to come up with goals. And then we looked into the indicators that we felt best paralleled those goals or went hand in hand to be as consistent as possible in our evaluation. And so part of the process that we're going to ask you to do is to focus in on the yellow highlighted indicators on that document that's in your folders throughout the year as we are looking for evidence and sharing feedback. So that's one thing that I want to just name for you and call your attention to. And I'll be happy to answer questions if people are confused about that in just a bit. I also want to share that Dr. Pearson Campbell, in coming into the district, put together an entry plan and a 90-day plan and did a lot of listening and a lot of learning in order to really get a sense of what she thought was the work of the year to come. And our subcommittee wanted to find a balance in these goals to ensure that her voice is centered and her findings in her listening sessions are centered in these goals. And also that we, the school committee, who have goals and a vision for the district for not just the year, but moving forward, could also have some input. And so the document that you have in front of you with Dr. Pearson Campbell's draft goals is a representation of the process, or is a culmination of the process of really bringing together Dr. Pearson Campbell's goals and the subcommittee's goals in, again, a way that we all felt, especially Dr. Pearson Campbell, was feasible in the year. So you'll see there will be some goals where it talks about a roadmap or creating a plan, and that the roadmap, like finishing the work of the roadmap or finishing the work of the plan likely won't happen in a year, but after a year, because of the work that Dr. Pearson Campbell intends to lead with her leadership team, there should be these plans in place. So I wanted to bring that and then explanation to you. And then finally, the work of the goals need to also support the district improvement plan. And so what you'll see is with each goal, Dr. Pearson Campbell linked the goal to the standards that we have, the yellow highlighted standards that we have indicated, as well as to the goals in the district improvement plan that are related. And so we, the subcommittee, welcome your thoughts and your input. And before we get there, sorry, one other piece I wanted to share with you. So the process over the year, there's a mid-year review and there's a year-end review with Dr. Pearson Campbell. And both of those reviews will take into consideration your input, your evidence that you've shared. However, for anybody who's ever supervised or ever been supervised, it's not usually helpful at the end of something to find out all the things that maybe didn't go as well, or even the things that should be celebrated. It's really helpful to give feedback in real time, because we want to make sure that if there are things that need attention, that we're bringing that to Dr. Pearson Campbell, as well as things that should be celebrated in the moment, so that they can really have the focus that they deserve. And so my ask of you is that you all, as you consider these goals, as well as the indicators, given that, and whatever the goals look like once we've incorporated your feedback, given that this is the work that we will be evaluating Dr. Pearson Campbell on, that you share your thoughts and your evidence with me in real time, so that we, the subcommittee, can bring that to Dr. Pearson Campbell in the regular conversations that we're going to have with her about how the progress towards these goals are going, what we're seeing as real successes, what we're seeing as areas to be improved upon. Okay. Open to your questions about process, as well as thoughts about the draft goals.
Okay, Member Stein.
Dina, I was just wondering which document, I in the version I'm looking at in the packet, I didn't see the yellow highlights. I was just trying to make sure I'm looking at the right thing here.
Sure. So in the superintendent evaluation folder, there are, 3 documents. I thought there were only 2. The, I think it's the superintendent rubric, which is the third document. And if you open up the superintendent rubric, and I'm sorry I didn't refer to it as by its name when I was talking about the yellow highlights, that might have helped. If you scroll down, you'll see the sections that are highlighted in yellow. Do you see that? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Gazy.
I was just wondering, given the constraints of open meeting law, how you want us to share these observations? Just bring them to the school committee meetings, or just send them to you for a collection? I mean, what's the best process? Because I'm new at that.
Okay, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection of how this happened last term was that each member could send their thoughts directly to the head of the subcommittee, and then I could bring those to the subcommittee or to Dr. Pearson Campbell, depending on what's most appropriate, so that open meeting law is honored. But, or do they need to go to you, Annie, and then you send them to me?
Yeah, I think that's how we did it last time. You can send them directly to me, and then you will be in compliance with open meeting law, and I can share them with Dina, who's the chair of the subcommittee, when it's time for the meeting.
I also wanted to say that I think that these goals are doable and really are focused. You did a good job focusing them on the business that keeping the ship afloat, and communication has been something we've been anxious to do. Of course, the budget process, and so keeping us fiscally on target, and the environment are big things with me. So thank you for that careful consideration.
Thank you. And I will just say that it was hard because as you read through the standards, you'll see like all of these things are important.
Mhm.
So I really appreciated the subcommittee and Dr. Pearson Campbell and Dr. Pearson Campbell's listening tour at the beginning to really help us narrow in on the work of the coming year.
Okay, Member Robbins.
I think making sense out of this enormous evaluative document that comes from the state is a tremendous undertaking, and you guys have done a really, really good job, and I'm really impressed. I want to be sure that we are being really mindful, and it sounds like the subcommittee is, that Dr. Pearson Campbell has an incredible amount on her plate. There's so much that she needs to handle as she comes through the year, and a lot of putting out fires as she carries along. And I hope that in the sort of ongoing evaluation that we do, that we allow her to give voice to that and be able to say, I'm working on this piece. This is the benchmark. This is when I thought I would get it done. But other stuff got in the way. That was really important, just to keep the schools running. And I know that we're really sensitive to making that happen, but I think this is a tremendous amount that she's biting off in the course of this year. And I wish her all the success in being able to pull it all together. But it's already the middle of October, and she's just beginning to sort of find her way around the district. I want us to keep a sense of perspective for her own well-being. And also to remember that a lot of this is dependent on coordinating with the other members in central office, particularly with the director of curriculum. And we're asking a lot of folks this year. And I hope that we're knowing that they're putting the muscle in, but we want them really to make sure that the foundations of what they put in place are ones that will last and that really matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Agna.
I'd like to say ditto to what Member Robbins just said, that it is significant, what Dr. Pearson Campbell is facing right now. I don't remember any time in my 30 years in this district that we've had so many openings and so many changes and so many new administrators. So her real task as a superintendent is to support all these administrators who are coming in and hopefully will stay with us if that's what everyone determines. And I just remember, as a person who was part of an educator evaluation system, both in terms of supervising teachers and then also being supervised by a superintendent, that Dr. Pearson Campbell is the driver of this process. She is the one who sets up the goals and then is somebody who tells the evaluators how she's doing and what she needs along the way in order to accomplish those goals. And I just want to add my support for Dr. Pearson Campbell and being able to express that and say, this is what I'm doing, this is what I need, this is what I can't do right now. It's really critical that we, in the process of evaluation, that we acknowledge the people who are being evaluated, that it's a big challenge in a school district that's undergoing such change. And thank you, Evaluation Committee, for your work too.
Thank you. Member Stein.
I want to echo many of my colleagues' sentiments and also thank the Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee for a ton of work and the superintendent for being a partner in that work with you, which is fantastic. I have like a really basic question again, which is, what does the blue highlight mean on this, Dina? Was that like, there seems to be like the yellow, the white, and the blue. Is the blue like considered? But I'm just trying to get a sense of what that's indicating.
In the indicator rubric?
Yeah.
I think that was just the formatting of the state so that you could tell the difference between each line. So the blue just alternates blue and white and blue and white.
Thank you.
Member Miller.
I just want to say, first of all, everyone should remember what member sorry, I can't talk tonight, was told by the people that came for our retreat. That is, number one, that for an interim superintendent, we don't evaluate. And that we all appreciate fully how much Superintendent Pearson Campbell has on her plate. And that while she is addressing all of those goals and those benchmarks, that she is managing every single day a million things that come across her desk. And that with the number of openings that we have in this district, we recognize that she'll be meeting these benchmarks and goals just in her work every day. So we fully appreciate that. And also that we all want this to work for our district, for our students, and we fully support Dr. Pearson Campbell in her efforts. So I just think everyone should know that the evaluators fully appreciate all of that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I mean, of course, echoing the appreciations of my colleagues for the subcommittee. I like these goals and appreciate Dr. Pearson Campbell for engaging in that process. What I've seen is that you're a very self-reflective person and like thrive on goals. So I'm like that too. So I really appreciate that. So my one thing is that I hope, Dr. Pearson Campbell, that you will also let school committee members know how we can support you in both achieving these goals as well as just in your everyday work. So I think that's the main thing. And then, shoot, I had a second piece of it, but it has escaped my brain since the time I raised my hand. So that was my main thing, though. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Member Levy.
Thanks. I just want to, no pressure if you don't want to say anything, but I just wanted to check in with Dr. Pearson Campbell to see if there's anything you wanted to add or say as a part of introducing these goals to the committee.
Well, I call coming into Northampton unraveling an onion. So the two key things I'm working for the next few months is the budget. That's going to be very intense, and putting in a permanent administrators. I know we have interims, and I think my interims coming aboard at this crazy time, but those would be my two concerns. But I also think it's going to be part of a teammate to help me with the goals. And so my alt team, the business manager, Roxanne, and all people in the district, it's really a team effort to get it done together. So it's not me by myself. I'm just using it as a guide. So during our alt team, they can share the information with their team and it trickles down. So it is going to be a team effort.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? If not, I thank you, Member Levy, and the evaluation committee for all this work, and you as well, Dr. Pearson Campbell. Okay, moving on. I think I see Evelyn Smith. Evelyn, let me look for you. Would you like to present now? Let me unmute you.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Okay, great.
Okay. Sorry for my location. I'm actually in the school hallway right now outside of a Northampton's class, but I have a little thing prepared. So good evening, everyone. I am Evelyn Smith, and I am this year's school committee representative. So far, we've had a great start to the year. There have been very few losses throughout the sports teams. Very soon is homecoming week, which starts off with spirits including country versus country club, white lies, and then we have the homecoming parade on the 21st, where a hardworking band will perform, followed by the homecoming dance on the 22nd. NHS clubs are already at it this year. The environmental club had trash pickup where they collected over 109 pounds of trash. There's also still composting in the cafeteria. There have already been many volunteer opportunities through the Key Club, and there's even a new club formed this year where students who are interested in French can go and discuss French culture and eat French food. In the Student Union this year, we have formed many subcommittees, one specifically working towards getting menstrual products in the bathrooms and getting dividers up in the boys' bathrooms. Another subcommittee is inspecting the SBG grading system, and we have a subcommittee called the Lending Library, which gets school supplies to students who need it. We also have a plan to address safety procedures in our school. We will talk to administration once we get the results back from a survey, so we have feedback from the student body too. If anyone has any questions or concerns, I'd love to take them.
Hey, any questions or comments for Evelyn? I don't see any, but that's not that because we don't want to share with you. For those who have joined us later, we met with the Student Advisory Council before this meeting and had a lot of conversation with them. So that might be why. Oh wait, but I see Member Stein.
Yeah, I just want to apologize. I wasn't able to be there for the earlier meeting. Just welcome you. And, it's been a real pleasure hearing from the student representative, especially last spring was my first term. And I'm really excited that you'll be updating us and connecting us with the student body. So thank you so much for doing it.
Yeah, of course. It's really my pleasure. I love doing this. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Evelyn. Okay, well, if there are no further comments, then we'll let you get back to the Northamptons. Okay, have a good evening. Bye. Okay, sorry to keep jumping around, but let's move back up to reports, and we are at D, Curriculum Subcommittee and Member Robbins.
Sorry, I have a trigger figure on that mute thing. We met yesterday and we had a really great meeting. It was really productive. We're going to hear tonight from our curriculum director, Roxanne Dory, and she pre-presented to us on a number of those items, professional development, which she has a really comprehensive rollout plan for, which we're pretty excited about. Part of our agenda was to talk about items that carried over from last year. And we had Megan Harrison present with us as well. So when our students talk about part of their plan, for example, continuing to explore standards-based grading, that's very much in concert and along with the guidance of Roxanne Dory, and her approach to it seemed to really hit a chord with the whole committee. And we want to give her our support for that. She did tell us, however, and this is back to the school committee, that when we asked, how can we support you? She did say funding. And part of that is going to be that she feels strongly that we may need to start from scratch in terms of the training around how we do alternative grading or assessment. And it might involve replacing software. We use Otis at this point, and Otis probably is not going to be the productive software that we can use going forward. So that's something that she and faculty and students will explore and come back with a recommendation on, as well as funding for professional development and facilitation time. So I want us to be really mindful of that, because this is a priority for us, and it's certainly a priority for the high school and faculty, students, and constituents. We talked as well about working with Megan Harrison and with the program of studies and embedded honors and exploring that. That was a piece that we brought from last year. The school committee had asked the high school administration to please bring us the program of studies by November this year, so that we had time to really explore it and to work with it last year. And I think in preceding years, it wasn't presented until much later in the year. And there was a very short window between when we learned about it and when it needed to go to JFK to be presented to the 8th grade students. And Megan Harrison's very aware of that. We made sort of a mid shift agreement, which we hope will be all right with you, which is that she's going to do her best to bring a program of studies back to us in January, but it might be February. But she will work with the middle school to see if there's any wiggle room about when they really do need it to work with 8th grade students who are registering for courses for next year. The glitch in that would be about new courses that teachers might want to suggest that they have not yet had a chance to work into the curriculum, but Ms. Harrison thought that she could work with faculty around that, because that wouldn't be possibly a priority for entering 9th graders, unless there was something really exciting and wonderful that came up for entering 9th graders, in which case we'll work with it. So that was a really good conversation. The piece about embedded honors was that Ms. Harrison will start, I think it'll be a Google document. I'm not really sure. She's going to find the best medium for that, of being able to share what we think and what people involved in that process think would be good ways to collect evidence of success and challenges in the experience of being in classes with embedded honors at this point in time for our students. We had a lot of subjective data from last year that was shared with us by teachers. We didn't have much from students. We had some also that was shared by caretakers, but we need a much more systemic way to collect data on that. And Ms. Harrison says that she will collaborate with us around that and begin that process. So if folks have good tools that they've used in order to get that information and data, please share it with the committee, and we will share it with Megan Harrison. I think that pretty much covers what we worked on yesterday. I will say that Ms. Dory is working on a text-based, on a book reading with the standards-based grading group, which she has assembled, which is really great with Megan Harrison. It's representative of the entire school body from every corner, and it's just an exciting process to move forward. They're working by reading Goal for Equity, and if you've seen that book and haven't had a chance to check it out, it is a really good read about what we really need to be keeping in mind about changing from a standardized system of allocating letter grades to students based on pretty static data. So it's a way to really embrace it, to learn more about it, and it's certainly going to be an ongoing process for all of us. I'm trying to make sure that I've covered all of us. Oh, the other part was that in the PD that Roxanne Dory will share with us, we had a conversation about, she did a good job about looking at the DIP alignment and the evidence for that, what the metrics would be coming out of the work that she's doing. And she's wonderful to work with. She's really open to listening and changing and learning. She's come on with a lot on her plate as well, and is really running in 18 different directions. But one of the questions that came up from one of the members of our committee was around programs that we started last year and how that's being expanded in the community. And that would include, for example, and I see Tiffany Jewell is on tonight. I don't know if she's present, but Ms. Jewell did a really great series of work with Jackson Street School last spring on identity and engaging with self-identity. And there was a question about whether or not that was something that was being also shared with the other elementary schools. And then if that was a success, how we scaffolded that through the grades as kids grow up. So it's a productive conversation. We have a lot to do, and we're hoping that we have the school committee support for moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Member Stein?
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to be able to catch about the first hour or so of the subcommittee yesterday, and I learned so much. It was really I think from my perspective, it did a lot of the things that we had hoped when we voted to establish it that it would. It was a really nice space to see the curriculum experts in the district talking with school committee members about what they're doing, what challenges they're facing, and what help they need. And I learned a lot about the standards-based grading rollout and where it is now and the ways that we can look at it. You know, it was just really illuminating for me. So like when I look at a goal about standards-based grading that I just saw in that rubric, I now have some understanding or more understanding of what's going on there. So I just, you know, I was really grateful to the members who facilitated it. And I thought it was just really, really useful. And I'd encourage others, if you have a chance to ever check it out. You get to hear a lot about the cool work going on in the classrooms and the questions that folks are wrestling with and where they're trying to move the district in terms of the curriculum. So it's really worthwhile. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, if there's no further comments, thank you, Member Robbins. We will move on to E, which is ad hoc, COVID Advisory Subcommittee. We're gonna be dropping the ad hoc. And Member Goldman.
Thank you. This item is also on the agenda at item new business D. So I just wanted to confirm, Mayor, that you'd like me to present it at this time.
If you'd rather wait till we get to that item, we could do that.
No, I'm happy to present now.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. Here we go back to our favorite policy of all time, EBCFA, around masking policy. We had the COVID Advisory Subcommittee meeting, and in the process of, I'd also like to recognize Member Stein, a part of the committee, and Member Stein, please join me in presenting this as you see fit. There was a conversation at a previous meeting about when we were assigned to address the specific questions, the specific items of the drafted policy, to sort of address those particular items with this group of experts in the advisory committee. When we met in that committee, there was interest in sort of establishing along what grounds we would make recommendations for those bulleted items. And in turn, a motion was placed and voted on and approved to make the following recommendation, which was that the subcommittee's recommendation is that the Northampton Public School policy going forward should conform with all Deci, Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education guidelines relevant to COVID precautions, and that the language of those guidelines shall be included in the Northampton Public Schools policy, policy EBCFA, face masks and face coverings. And so that, as the chair of the committee, that subcommittee, that is what I am bringing to you as a recommendation. And then if it passes, the suggestion, we didn't go in and deliberately change that language. The advisory committee thought it would be best for it to be referred to the policy subcommittee to align our policy with the Deci guidelines. And let's see, the other piece. So there's the Deci guidelines. Those address the isolation exposure guidelines and protocols. That's included in the Deci recommendations. So that was one of the bullet points. The policies and protocols to follow after a known exposure in school or classrooms. There was also one that was the conditions that would result in the implementation and rescission of universal indoor masking requirements in the school. I believe that is addressed by Deci overall. And then the last one was sections on accommodation requirements and forms. And that section would also be aligned with Deci, but I think perhaps you'll remember that we spoke with Director Dixon about having the forms be reviewed by our legal counsel in his department, and they did that, and we have those recommendations that I can also share. So I would like to make a motion to adopt the policy recommendations from the COVID Advisory Subcommittee.
Okay, so the vote is later on under new business.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I mean, so I guess what I don't want to do is have like a big discussion now and then have another long discussion later. So either we can just sort of have this report and then we'll take this up under new business, or we could move up new business and have that now. The one thing, let me just check in, Annie, is I don't see Lena Patel here right now. Do you know if she was planning on reporting out on the exit interview advisory?
I don't know. She has the agenda, but I have not heard from her.
Okay, because I just want to, I'm trying to get those folks through the agenda before we enter into sort of the launch.
Can I just say, Mayor, that since the exit interview committee's only met to elect a chair, I don't think there's a report.
Oh, okay, terrific. Great. So in that case, it would.
I think in the past, that's why I sort of asked at the beginning. Usually we were like, okay, this is an item for discussion later. And so we would talk about it in new business, but
okay.
I'm really fine either way. I'm happy with whatever suits you.
Okay. Since there are certainly plenty of people from the public that are here for, I think, this item, we could, if I'm looking for like nods either way, if the committee would like, we could just move up the vote now and have the full discussion now. Yes, I'm seeing thumbs and heads and okay, great. So in that case, we're going to be, thank you for that report on the committee, and we're moving up item just so everyone can follow us. Item D under new business, which is vote adopted policy recommendation from COVID advisory subcommittee. And member Stein.
Thanks, and thanks to Kaya for the report. She became the chair the other day, took on another obligation, so thank you for doing that as well. I just wanted to sort of add to the report some context about how we ended up with the special meeting of the advisory committee the other day. And I didn't want to put this in email to the committee ahead of time because of, open meeting law. So it seems like the place to present it would be here, which is I think there's a couple things to consider in the context of both the recommendation, just where we are with the committee. Some of them will not surprise any of you, considering the conversation we had earlier about ad hoc committees and policies, but we got off to I think a rocky start procedurally. So the ad hoc committee, I think, has met 3 times now. And the first 2 meetings, my understanding was that the superintendent was the chair and a member and was voting. And I've since learned today that she's not a member. And so we elected a chair at the special meeting on Monday, and that meeting was booked on like 4 days notice. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend. Dr. Casey Fine, the school physician, was unable to attend. And it seems that the impetus behind scheduling that special meeting rather than holding that conversation on the 17th, the meeting that was booked, was due, at least from my conversation with Layla, seems to be in part due to the awareness that the district has not necessarily been following all parts of the policy that we approved in August. So there was a complaint about that. And so I think this meeting was sped up as a way to sort of resolve all of those issues, which, there's merits for and against that. But it's been a very messy process, and the recommendation and the way that the way that the agenda had developed out of those previous 2 meetings before the last one, we haven't gotten squarely to the questions that the school committee asked the ad hoc committee to address, the ones that Kaya went over. So my understanding is in August, when the policy was passed, the ad hoc committee was asked to weigh in on X, Y, and Z things. And so the structure of the agenda placed those things after a consideration of adopting the Deci standards. So essentially, a vote was taken, the Deci standards were adopted, and then there was never a discussion of those other things. So we haven't really actually had the conversation about those things that the school committee asked us to have a conversation about. Sort of like, and just the last thing I'll mention, if folks, we're getting a lot, there's a very strong anti-mask contingent that we get lobbied, a very small group that I don't think represents the majority of the district, who see this recommendation as a way to tie our hands to never implement universal masking. So I think that's what the stakes are tonight. And so that's the main difference between DESI and the CDC guidance. How are we in new business? Are we going to do the new business part now?
Yes, we've
Okay.
moved that item up.
Okay, so I would make a motion to refer the COVID Policy Ad Hoc Committee recommendation to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee for evaluation. And then for them to bring back what these changes would look like if they feel it's appropriate, so that we can actually read the thing that we're going to vote on and know what the changes are, rather than vote to make a change and then ask the Rules and Policy Committee to then show us what the change is. It seems sort of backwards. And I think there's a lot of unknown questions in the DESI guidance about what does and does not fit our policy, what would and would not be addressed by our policy. DESI doesn't say anything about having accommodation forms, but they don't say you can't have them. So does that mean we keep them? Like, I think we need rules and policy to actually go through it and then come back with us if we want to make that vote. And I think that's sort of the normal order of business on how we've dealt with these things in the past. So I would make that motion, and yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Seraphy Cox.
Mayor, I just want to point out that I did make a motion beforehand, and then we had a conversation about voting and not voting. My motion was not seconded, and now a new motion has been proposed and seconded.
I'm sorry, I forgot that you made that, and then we sort of moved into this portion. So I apologize. Member Goldman, okay, so Member Goldman, would you like to have the floor?
Well, not until my motion is seconded, I guess.
Can you repeat your motion?
yeah.
Goldman?
Yeah, my motion is as it is on the agenda. So the motion is that the Northampton Public School policy going forward conforms with all Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education guidelines relevant to COVID precautions, and that the language of those guidelines shall be included in the MPS policy.
I apologize. You had made that motion, and then we clarified where we were on the agenda, and I did not go back to you, and I apologize for that.
I was going to say I would second it, but do we have to backtrack and figure out, since we already have another motion seconded or something?
Well, if you were to second it,
I just don't know if I'm allowed to, which one we're on. Now, where are we at?
Right, that's not up to me if you're allowed to or not, but if you were to be allowed to and did so, I would then ask Member Stein to restate his motion as a friendly amendment.
Sorry, I'm watching Member Levy's face. So Member Seraphy Cox, this puts you in an awkward position because you seconded that motion, but I'm going to ask you your opinion on whether we can't have two motions on the floor at the same time. So Member Stein could withdraw his motion, or since Member Goldman had made her motion and I neglected to go back to it, whether that sort of nullifies what happened after it until I could ask for a second.
Or it doesn't, Member Stein got the motion in and we just proceed accordingly.
You're muted, Member Seraphy Cox.
That's fine. I was just bumbling around. I you're right, it does kind of put me in an awkward position, but I think that I've seen it. I've never seen people go back like that. And I have seen members who like kind of floated a motion, but it was never seconded or the conversation went on, and then the chair recognized a subsequent motion. Obviously it's not an ideal situation, but I think at the end of the day, the vote will, kind of figure out which way we're going, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you're saying that the motion that's been seconded stands, you would, in your estimation?
I mean, that's not a legal opinion, but I've never seen a chair go back after a motion's been seconded. Not that I have an exhaustive experience, but.
Again, I apologize that this was my mistake. Okay. So the motion's on the floor right now. So I'm not sure whose hands are up for what, but Member Levy.
Could the motion just be repeated, please, now that I'm shifting my focus?
Okay.
Sure. Do you want me to repeat it? Okay. Motion to refer the COVID policy ad hoc committee recommendation to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee for evaluation, and they can bring back a recommended version for us to consider for a vote. So, and the idea being that they would need to look at these two documents and then bring us back something and make a decision about what how they feel about the recommendation. What does the recommendation mean for our policy, and a version of what that looks like that we could then vote on, right? So that's sort of what I'm proposing to be the order of things. So I want to refer it there so they can bring back something for us to actually look at.
Okay. Member Levy, before I go to you, can I just provide maybe a quick clarification or my understanding of why this meeting happened on October 3rd. So it wasn't this past Monday, it was the Monday before, so October 3rd. And also ask Dr. Pearson Campbell if she wants to add anything, but it was to have this meeting on the 3rd was recommended by Attorney Taylor and Dr. Pearson Campbell because I believe at our August meeting, we had said that we would be reviewing the policy on at our September 8th meeting, and we had not done that. And then perhaps since we hadn't done that, there were some real challenges that were expressed by the school's health staff about implementing the policy that we had passed in August as written. So there was a request to have the advisory committee meet sooner than they had planned to work on it. Dr. Pearson Campbell, do you have any? I see you nodding, but do you have anything you want to add?
I'm like, yes, that's the reason why that we went back to the ad hoc earlier date, because it would affect the schools. So that's why we wanted to have that conversation. And we talked to our attorney, and she said go back. And that's what she gave us. Kaya recommended those questions that Dr. Layla gave us to us. So that's the reason why we did it. So.
Okay, I'm now going to go to Member Levy.
Thanks. And I actually, before I say the thing I was going to say, that raises a question for me, which is, can either of you, Dr. Pearson Campbell or Mayor or anybody on the ad hoc committee, clarify, or advisory committee, clarify what were the issues with implementation? Where were the specific issues that were raised?
I would ask Dr. Pearson Campbell to.
I think it's a state no longer doing contract chasing, and also that would affect our schools. So they'll be able to work with the Department of Health. And so Lisa Saffron was trying to work with that policy. But she's not here to fully give you all the information, but that was one of the main reasons why.
Okay, thank you. So it's about contact tracing. And I guess I'm okay. I support the motion to go to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. We do have it, as we discussed in our retreat, we have subcommittees to do particular jobs, and the work of the Rules and Policy Subcommittee is to look into the policies that need changing. I do want to just express a little bit of frustration. I'm not sure how many times we're going to vote on our masking policy. We did have the Deci guidelines in front of us when we made our decision to go with the policy we did. And we chose to go with the CDC guidelines in part because they offered, well, I'll say why I did, in part because they offered to me what felt like what was more in line with what I was hearing from the community. I also really want to name that we heard from a lot of people the need to have exceptions to masking to meet accommodations or needs, and wanted to make sure that our policy really named that, even though that wasn't named in Deci. And so I do support the rules and policy. If we're going to do anything with this policy, I guess I do support it going back to the subcommittee. But I'll just express a little frustration that I do think there were a few areas in that policy that we really were looking for guidance on from medical professionals and healthcare professionals and epidemiologists. And we haven't gotten that. And I do think that when we look at the implementation of the policy, having that clarity is what we were looking for. And I think that's why we didn't talk about it in September, because we hadn't gotten the clarity that we needed. So there was nothing new to discuss yet. So I am just expressing that, and I will support this motion unless colleagues convince me otherwise. I see a lot of hands up.
Okay, Member Gazy.
Well, now. God, the thought of having this doggone policy bounce back into my court is just sending chills down my spine, but be that as it may. I'm wondering because, we did have this ad hoc policy, ad hoc committee looking at things. They spent time doing it. They voted, they came up with the recommendation that Member Goldman presented, and then through a procedural error, her motion is not recognized. Not to blame you, Mayor.
Feel bad.
We all do that, right? But I'm wondering if Member Stein would accept a friendly amendment to include the Deci guidelines that she was, it was going to be sent back to our court anyway, right? And, I feel like without that recommendation, I would like to have that, I want to go back to square one, but, we've had a deliberative body weigh in on this. So I feel like that has to be recognized somehow. And I was wondering if a friendly amendment is the way to do that. I don't know. What do you think, Member Goldman?
Right. Are you asking Member Goldman or Member Stein?
Oh, Member Stein, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to.
You're the one that got lucky. So
I got the procedural luck there. Yeah. I would say, I guess, like, here's my concern. I would rather not send this back to you all to rework in order to then bring it back for a vote if the vote's not going to matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, if say the school committee said, you know what? No, we voted in August to go with the CDC. We don't see a reason to change. We're going to stay with CDC. Then you don't have to do all that work, right? Unnecessary work. The problem seems to be, though, tonight to vote on this, we don't actually really know what we're voting on. Like, the Deci standards are not in the packet. Like, I don't feel like members actually understand what a vote to align with the Deci standards would mean. So I guess I'm wondering if maybe the way to, I don't know if maybe I would consider trying to think of a way to sort of do both things.
Can I make a suggestion about that? There's a lot of hands. You can say no.
I mean, I guess the issue too is that it's like, I don't want us to sit here tonight, like in August, and go through the policy and pull up the debt. Like, that just seems like a colossal waste of time.
Since Member Goldman was in these conversations with the advisory committee, maybe Member Goldman could give us a summary of what it is about the Deci guidelines that the advisory committee was interested in, as opposed to our current policy, to shed light on that.
Member Goldman, would you be willing to do that? And would you also speak to, so I think there were 3 items that the school committee had specifically asked the advisory committee to weigh in on. Would you be able to speak to that as well? Sorry, we just threw a lot at you.
Sure. I actually have documents up on my computer. I could share my screen so you can kind of see this is the agenda with the bullet points. Here's the policy. Here's the forms with the attorney's edits. But I also realize there are a lot of hands up, and I just want to make sure it's appropriate for me to go into that now before we've actually heard from everyone.
Okay. It sounds like that might be helpful for some folks, but why don't I take one round of comments from everybody, and then we can see if we want to see sort of more visually from Member Goldman. Otherwise we could vote and then see where we are. Okay, I'm going to start with the people who haven't spoken first. So Member Seraphy Cox, I don't think you've actually spoken to the substance yet.
Yeah, thank you. I am really appreciative to hear from Dr. Pearson Campbell about the challenges with implementation. And I looked at the policy about that we voted on in, around the language around contact tracing. And I think that is a piece that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee can absolutely address. And that makes sense too, because that is, something that our own staff is bringing to us as a challenge with the policy. Member Geezy said, well, this is coming back to us anyway. Meaning the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. And precisely, that's why I seconded Member Stein's motion, because both motions would refer the policy back to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. And I felt like that was where the conversation should happen. And I don't think that I think it's perfectly appropriate for the Rules and Policy Subcommittee to look at the Deci guidelines when we're considering revisions, which is basically what Member Goldman, was looking for the committee to do. So I think the things that Member Goldman is interested in having happen can still happen, even with Member Stein's motion, because the committee, will look at the needed information in order to figure out how to change the policy, along with our counsel. Attorney Taylor usually attends the Rules and Policy Subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis.
Thank you. I have 2 points, 2 questions, I guess. Do policies that are created in, for example, in Member Goldman's committee, this is something I had never really thought about before. Do they automatically, is it supposed to be assumed and known that they automatically go to the what's the official, the rules policy? Is it Rules and Policy Subcommittee? Or when does that kick in? Like, do you see what I mean? Like, I had never really thought of it that way. Was it assumed that once they were done, of course it was going to go back over to Holly to Member Gazy, or is that as needed when suggested by the school committee would be my question. And I guess if it's not automatically done, to me, it goes back to what we've talked about before of like subcommittees do so much work. And we as a school committee, as a whole school committee, have that potential challenge, or sometimes it's seeming a challenge. Maybe all large groups have this challenge of trusting that people have done a ton of work and come up with good language that they've worked hard to, that they feel is ready to present. And so if that's the case, to me, I'm trusting that Member Goldman, I'm making an assumption, I'm pretty sure, I bet she looked at the Deci standards and said, these look like they'd be, because Member Stein said a really good point of like, maybe it would be good for us to all look at them, or the Rules and Policy Subcommittee look at them to know what we're voting for. But on the other hand, did Member Goldman's committee look at them? And we're supposed to trust that something got put forth. So I guess I sort of have, it's more questions for clarification.
I think I can, so I don't want to cut you off, but I'm always happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that we have in our rules that something must go back to a subcommittee. So something needs to be referred to a subcommittee by the full committee. I don't believe we have anything in our rules that say certain things automatically must go back to a subcommittee before it comes back to the full committee. Sometimes bodies have those kinds of rules. And again, tell me if I'm wrong or if anyone remembers this in our rules, but I don't think we have that kind of clause.
Can you clarify what subcommittee we're talking about? Because one is the Rules and Policy Committee.
Right.
The other one is an ad hoc advisory.
I'm talking
Those
about
are different.
I'm talking about our standing subcommittees, which would be the Rules and Policy Subcommittee. So I don't believe we have any rules that say something must, unless it's referred, must go there, go to one of the standing subcommittees before it comes to the full body.
I mean, the only thing I think that might be, I don't know if this is a rule or our practice, but like tonight we had a first reading of a policy. And then the custom or the rule is that it goes back to the Rules and Policy Committee, and then they bring a version back to us. And what we're suggesting tonight is sort of analogous. We've had a recommendation. Now we need to actually see what that thing is before we vote on it. So like it's almost parallel to our process for how we treat all policy. And we're talking about a policy. So like, I don't know if that's a rule or a norm for us, but you know, we have this idea that we do these first readings, second readings, and like the first reading is like, okay, we get the feedback, then we actually put it on paper and we bring it back, and then the whole committee votes on it, maybe makes some amendments. And that's what we did with this policy originally, right? We had the first reading in June, we didn't take a vote, we had the second reading in August, and now we're being put in the position of revisiting it again. And I think we just stick with that process in a way, like, because otherwise I don't know how we manage it, right? So I don't know, like, I don't know if that's written or if that's our practice, but that seems to be how we operate with that specific subcommittee.
Until but it hasn't left that subcommittee. So it's currently residing in that subcommittee.
No, we voted on it in August. So it's a policy.
I'm talking about your analogy to what we just discussed. The policy that we just discussed that's currently sitting in, so we did first reading in a policy that's currently sitting in a subcommittee.
Right.
Okay, Member Robbins, you have not spoken yet.
Thank you. I want to be clear when we talk about this group looking at what the Deci guidelines are versus CDC versus our policy, that number one, as we've just clarified, we have a policy and we voted on a policy. That policy should be being implemented. And there were areas of it that we asked the COVID ad hoc advisory policy experts, and we had several of them on there to discuss those and bring them back to us. I had the good pleasure of sitting in on all of the sessions of the COVID ad hoc advisory, and I was tremendously confused about the direction that it was going in. I felt as though the charge was never clear to the people who were there, and I was very surprised to discover that, in fact, no one on the committee really knew what the charge was that we had sent to them, which were actually those bulleted items that on the agenda that they voted on the other day. There was an agenda item to vote on the Deci guidelines first, and then to look at the bulleted items. And as two members pointed out, once they voted on the Deci guidelines, it made our policy moot. So we no longer have a policy. It would be saying we now operate only by the Deci policy. So their recommendation was to actually eradicate our policy and to substitute the Deci policy. And I also want to really make clear that to me, the most upsetting part about this was that we invited medical professionals, which included our own district physician. It included the head of emergency pediatrics at Bay State. It included a gentleman we're most fortunate to have who had I think 30 years working with the CDC as an epidemiologist internationally with HIV, with SARS, you name it. This guy was a gem to come to us and to give us his time. Because this meeting happened at the last meeting, we did have several people who didn't come. And because there was this motion that had been put on the floor from the last meeting, which unfortunately, I think probably she didn't know it, but Dr. Pearson Campbell was one of the votes that confirmed that. It came to this next surprise agenda, and the two doctors who were there were adamant and vociferous about it not being good medical practice. One of them actually said, your policy is really good. You've got to do some work on the formatting, but it's very good. And this is the direction that you should go in. And the other gentleman actually called me afterwards and said, I don't know what just happened in this meeting. I feel as though there was a political operation happening here, because it really was the public policy gentleman who was appointed, who was on that, who stood in front of us and said, you're right, you don't need a policy anymore because you voted on this. So we don't even need to do the second part of this agenda. And he said, I believe in government, and I don't think you should be making policy as a school committee. This is not the job that you should be doing. We've heard from several community members about that verbatim. And I was a little gobsmacked, because I thought that we were creating an ad hoc advisory committee of medical experts who would advise us on the best direction to safeguard our community and our children. And that is not what happened. I'm very discouraged about it. I don't know, even if we had an ad hoc advisory committee anymore, if those experts would want to be part of it, because they totally felt dissed. They spoke, they were not heard, and a vote was taken anyway. And I'm not sure why. I don't know why. The vote was the two gentlemen, the two physicians were the no votes on that. And there were 4 votes, which included our member representative, the public policy person, and then our district nurses. And, you know, take it for what it is. But I think that when we create a policy and we approve it and we vote on it in this committee, and we create an ad hoc with a specific charge, and the ad hoc committee, I think through some machinations decides to overturn that policy, we do need to send it back to rules and policy. It's a big conversation, and it's a serious one. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify 2 things. So I think it's really important for the public. First of all, you referred to it as a surprise agenda, and it wasn't a surprise agenda. It was more than 48 hours in advance, which is what needs to happen. So this was a fully legal meeting that happened. And the other thing is, you said several members couldn't be there. So it's an 8-person committee, and 2 of the 8 couldn't be there. So I just wanted to make sure, since people are paying attention to this, that this was there's a full quorum there, and it was a fully legal meeting.
Thank you for clarifying that, but I will say that because it was called very quickly on a Thursday for a Monday, it should have been everybody being able to attend, especially our professional experts.
I understand that, but you need a quorum to have a meeting. We often have meetings where not the full body can be there. That happens all the time. We have a lot of meetings. And this was, again, at the request of our attorney and Dr. Pearson Campbell that this meeting happened.
Mayor,
Okay.
can I just ask you who made the agenda and the order of the agenda?
Dr. Pearson Campbell, can you answer that?
The attorney gave us the order of the agenda.
And the attorney has the right to call a special meeting of an ad hoc advisory.
It is not a special meeting. This was
a late notice meeting, I think is what it was called.
Because we were going to send a memo out to the district. And in that policy about going back with the nursing department to contact tracing. So that's the reason why we went through it. Also reviewing the policy, we wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be a minimum outburst like it is right now, because right now we have people who want masking and not masking. So that's why she said go back to that group and review it at that time. So that's
it does seem as though that should have been the agenda. I'm just saying.
This is what our attorney gave us, and it's coming from that direction.
And I don't believe that Attorney Taylor dictated the order of the agenda. It was just the items that needed to be covered on the agenda. Okay, is there anyone who has not yet spoken who would like to speak? I heard loud and clear from the committee in our retreat that we want to tighten meetings up a little bit and not keep going around. So I just want to make sure that everyone's spoken who would like to speak. And then I will go back to, I see you, those who have already spoken. Okay, I'm going to go to member Stein, and I'm going to go to member Goldman.
Yeah, I just want to stress a few things. And one is that it is true that Layla recommended we have the meeting, but again, she recommended it because there are elements of our policy that were not being put in place. And I'm profoundly frustrated that whatever practical difficulties in implementing it were not shared with the school committee and were not shared with the ad hoc committee. So at these ad hoc committee meetings, the school nurses that were there did not talk about the practical considerations of the policy that were difficult. So I'm not, at first I heard of these practical difficulties was in my conversation with Layla. And I said, that's interesting because I haven't heard about these. I don't remember any of these being brought to the school committee. I don't remember any agenda item to say, hey, we're having trouble. It seems like it was difficult. And so there was some, maybe, I don't know, was there resistance to do it? Or did it get stuck and like we have questions and they didn't get asked right? I don't know what it is, but I do think it's important to recognize how problematic that is. When we vote to pass policies, they need to be enforced. And another provision of the policy, which has nothing to do with contact tracing, was to notify the community when we moved to medium. That didn't happen either. So I think it's important that when we pass policies as a school committee, they're enforced. It's not like a choice, okay? And if there are practical problems that happen and adjustments that need to be made, there are very clear avenues on how they come to us. In this case, it would have been through the SHAC, the day-to-day operations, and brought to us by the superintendent. And that didn't happen. And we have some of the same members from SHAC and the ad hoc committee, and they didn't bring it up there. So I want you to all keep that in mind and reiterate what Member Robbins said, which is, we thought we were getting a bunch of medical advice, and ostensibly on that committee in that vote 4-2, 4 people had medical backgrounds, the 2 school nurses and the 2 physicians you described. The 2 school nurses voted in favor of the Deci guidance, which would not require the things we're asking of them to do. And the 2 physicians voted against it. And I think if we're going to talk about expertise and evaluation, be clear about that. So I'm very frustrated. I hope in the future, if there is feedback and there do need to be changes to any of our policies, whether it's the COVID policy for masking, whether it's a policy around attendance, whatever it is, that those things can be brought to the school committee so that we can actually act upon them instead of whatever has happened here in this messy process. Thank you.
Okay, Member Goldman, as you were at the meeting, maybe you could address some of that.
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking our nursing staff at our schools who are taking time to be on this committee that we've asked them to join to advise the school committee on making recommendations, and say that I believe fully that their votes and their contributions are solely because the welfare and safety of our students and staff is their livelihood and their priority. And I do not appreciate any comments that might suggest otherwise. Also, clearly, I do not agree with and am not having the same experience as Member Robbins and Member Stein in these meetings. They're making statements that I will accept as opinion, and I'm sure, and deeply biased, and I suspect you feel the same way about my opinions about these matters. And this is why I think it is critical that we are attending to the medical experts, at least around COVID policy. The two members who were not able to attend was Member Stein and the pediatrician, and I believe the vote would still have passed accordingly. I think that there is support for Deci. And so I really struggle with some of the statements about how what's going on in these meetings, or how things are being regarded. I didn't make the agenda. I wasn't the chair until that meeting, and I followed the agenda accordingly. And I think it's still possible to do both things, to take the recommendation of the committee and apply it to the policy. And I wonder, I feel like I've said enough, and I don't want to speak anymore unless there are specific questions I can address.
Okay, I don't see any questions. All right, if there are no further questions or comments, there is a motion on the floor. Member Miller, it's okay.
I guess my question, and forgive me if I'm missing something and I am a little lost at this point, but could you, I'm going to ask this of Member Goldman. Could you explain briefly what the issue became around contact tracing? What was the issue? What was the concern? That's my question, number one. And if we're expected to vote on something, I want to be fully informed. So I would like to know what happened in that meeting that addressed that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Miller. The issue of contact tracing was not addressed specifically in that meeting because the members of that meeting believe that Deci is providing the best guidance around all of the COVID policies. And so their recommendation is to take the Deci policies regarding COVID contact tracing and apply that to our policy.
Dr. Pearson Campbell, would you, since I believe you probably talked to Lisa and other members of the nursing staff, would you be able to share with Member Miller what those concerns were or what the issue was around contact tracing?
The Department of Education and a new policy about contact tracing no longer existent because people now can get access to vaccines, and that's the reason why. And there are other mediations. And so that's why the Department of Ed took that away. So that's why we're trying to follow the policy of Deci. And so our nurses also understand that we don't have some additional supports for doing that unless we go to the Department of Health, which now they have 2 volunteers. But that's the reason why that we're going to follow the Deci requirements.
Thank you. That's what I had thought, but thank you.
Okay, member Gazy, then member Stein.
Well, my request about a friendly amendment still remains unaddressed by member Stein. I would like to know whether we can go back, take out this policy, but include the Deci recommendations regarding contact tracing. As I recall, it was also a matter of funding, and that the state is no longer offering support, cash support for doing this. And we're a district that's already in tight financial circumstances, thanks to, supporting our teachers. So I don't think that an advisory committee sets the policy. They just give us their best recommendations. So I would take that recommendation fully into account for that piece, if that's the sticking point on the Deci.
I'll respond. My reluctance to accept that is the following. What we're hearing here is that the reason seems to be one of resources, not of public health. And that wasn't mentioned as the reason to adopt the Deci standards in that meeting, as Member Goldman just confirmed. And we do, as a city, still have $4 million in opera funding. We do, as a city, still have ESSER's money. If it's a question of resources, we can figure it out. And the reason it matters is that we have a lot of members of our community who are vulnerable of getting sick with COVID, and their families are vulnerable. And what this really means is that when there's a positive COVID case in a classroom and a child is exposed, it's a matter of whether or not a parent is told that that happened. So if someone's really vulnerable, I do think it's important that they know that their child was in a classroom with someone with COVID for a week, right? Like, or 3 days, or however long they were there, and that they know so that they can quickly monitor themselves, perhaps mask at home. And I think that is good public policy. I think it makes good sense. It's consistent with what we did the last year and a half, right? And if it's a resource question, that's a different question than what's the best public policy in terms of the science and protecting our community. So I would reject it. Like, again, we're talking about the resources to do what we have been doing and continue to do what we're doing is one question versus what's the best thing we can do and what do we owe the vulnerable members of our community. And if we're not doing it, like, we didn't tell them that that wasn't happening. So a lot of people are walking around thinking, well, if there's a close contact, I'll get notified because I did last year. We never said, hey, we stopped doing this. There's that letter, but, and recently people started getting them again because we said there's actually a policy. So I do think that's important. And that's why I wouldn't accept it. And the same reason I wouldn't accept the change to, like, essentially one reading of the Deci Guidance is that there is no circumstance in which you can ever universally mask. And I wouldn't want to tie our hands as a district and have to have another meeting if we have an outbreak. And the question is, do we want to impose universal masking or do we want to shut down in-person education? Like, I think what we have that's in accordance with the CDC guidance makes sense. And it gives us, and it gives Janelle, it gives Dr. Pearson Campbell the capacity to say, hey, things are out of control. We need to mask in order to reduce the spread. And that's a power I want her to have. So if we go with the Deci standard, that goes away. So those are the reasons I can't accept them.
Dr. Pearson Campbell, would you like to respond?
I just want to step in for 1 second. We do have the superintendent council that works with our health department too, and that they also monitoring our water, and we reach each week, we look over our data. So we do have the ad hoc, but we also have the daily boots on the ground when we look at that data component. So I just want to make sure people understand that it's just because the ad hoc is one group, but we still work every week looking at data, talking to each other. That's how that letter came about that was sent out to the community, because we were working together as a partnership. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Thank you. Okay, Member Levy, and then let's try and move.
Yeah, I just want to better understand or remember the motion on the floor so that we can vote. I also just want to remind us that I believe it was Lisa Saffron who gave us the specific language for the portion of our policy on disease investigation / contact tracing. And I believe we discussed the fact that contact tracing was no longer a thing supported by the state and funded. And so she gave us that language. So I just want to reiterate or better understand remember the motion on the floor, which I believe is to go back to rules and policy to understand what the guidance is from the ad hoc, to be able to make necessary changes and or not make those changes. That's why we have a committee to do that. So I get it that there will be issues with implementation sometimes, and we need to hear those so that we can make changes accordingly. So I want to just make sure that the motion is, as I recall, to go back to rules and policy to be able to understand what the ad hoc is suggesting, advisory is suggesting, what the changes are from Deci, to look at the changes that need to be made in the policy and to bring those back to us as a school committee so that we understand them and can vote on them. Is that right? Is that the motion on the floor? I see a nod and I see a thumbs up. All right, thanks.
And not to make this longer, but also member Goldman, since you have your hand up, I'm not sure we've fully sort of covered I think 3 items that were also on the agenda for the advisory committee, which were the conditions that would result in the implementation and rescission of the universal indoor masking requirements in the schools, the policies or protocols to be followed after a known exposure in school or classroom, and sections on accommodation requirements and forms. So could you just tell us where those 3 specific items are with the advisory committee?
Sure.
And whatever else you want to say as well. Sorry.
Sure. Thank you. I do want to say that I don't take issue with taking this to rules and policy. That was always the idea. And so the order of this, it really doesn't bother me at all. It's just that I think we keep talking about figuring this out and not figuring it out and moving closer and closer to, I struggle with not taking the recommendations of SHAC and the medical and health experts who know our children and know our community and know the situation in the state and federally. That's sort of why I stand behind my approach to the COVID policy. So I have for you, let's see. Okay, so on the agenda, I'll just go through the 3, but one at a time. The conditions that would result in the implementation and rescission of universal indoor masking requirements in the schools. So that bullet is directly addressed by the Deci Guidelines. The second one is the policies, protocols to be followed after a known exposure in school or classroom. That is also directly addressed by the Deci Guidelines. This third one, actually, the committee did not address. But as a member of the COVID committees over time, we did have Josh Dixon speak with us and Director Dixon and talk about how important it was for us to have legal review the forms and to make sure that they are compliant and speak to the needs that our students and families are requesting. And so he ran those policies by his attorney and then he sent those back to me. And so I have those updated forms as well for needing that. But if there's no masking concerns, then no one would need an exemption for not needing a mask. They would be at liberty to not wear masks as they see fit. And this would be alignment with whatever the current policy is. I would be surprised if that committee doesn't need to meet again, or we're not talking about this again as Deci recommendations shift, or we run into situations where we need to address again as well. Do you have any more questions about that, Mayor?
No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that those 3 points, which were the sort of the specific charge or the specific things we asked the ad hoc, the advisory committee to look at. I just wanted to, I wasn't able to attend that part of the meeting, and I just wanted to know sort of what happened to those and make sure that they were addressed in some way. So thank you. Okay, we really need to move. We have miles to go. So I'm going to go to Member Davis, and I'm going to go to you, Member Stein, really briefly, and then we really need to advance forward.
Thank you. I will be really short. I am short, really brief. And that is, I understand that if the policy, if we all vote and it goes to Rules and Policy Committee and then comes back, I'm picturing the nurses, say, the boots on the ground in the school, so to speak. Do they have what they need while we do this? While we get our policy in place, are they clear about what they need if this policy isn't clear? I'm not sure who would know that. Maybe
I think Dr.
Pearson Campbell. Like I now that we're talking about all of this, I realize, are they treading water while we figure this out?
We are partnering with the Department of Health. That's where we meet each week, and that's where we get the data or contract tracing from them. And they have a brand from that piece. And so that's been our partnership.
Okay, Member Stein.
I promise I'll be brief, Mayor. Just to quickly just say, and I would encourage the mayor and everyone else who hasn't got a chance to watch the last ad hoc committee meeting to watch it, because we had no discussion of those 3 things because of what Member Robbins said. The vote to do the Deci standards just preempted it. So then there was no reason to actually get feedback on those items. And one of the things I remember this committee was particularly interested in, and at an earlier meeting, there was a brief conversation between Dr. Fine and Dr. Goodman about was how to use wastewater as a metric in that masking trigger. And we haven't had that conversation because it all got preempted with the Deci vote, but we also don't have access to the wastewater data. So we don't, like the data that's reported for wastewater on the dashboard right now is for the county. So I don't know, so my sort of request is like, whatever data is being shared at that SHAC meeting regarding, because we don't report anything anymore because we're not doing any surveillance testing, we're not doing this stuff, like there is absolutely no data from the boots on the ground making its way into any of the conversations at the ad hoc committee. So I would ask that we get some information about the wastewater, what's happening, some information about what cases, have there been clusters in the school this year? What sort of in-school transmission are we seeing? What are we not seeing? Like what new challenge has arose? Like we have absolutely no information on that. So if Dr. Pearson Campbell could help facilitate us getting that, I think that would be helpful. And yeah, I would really encourage you all to watch the meeting because I think, as Member Goldman said, we can all experience it differently. But I want to be clear about, I think you all should look at what was discussed and what wasn't in that meeting.
Okay. Seeing no further hands. Still with us, Annie? I think we're ready for a roll call on the motion on the floor.
I'm here. Can I reiterate the motion on the floor? I have the motion to refer the mass policy to rules and policy for evaluation and bring back what the changes look like to see if they are appropriate to the full committee. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, it's close. Member Levy said part of that and more eloquent than I. So I don't know if we can hear her reiterate that again, if she's willing.
What I said.
Yeah, so I think it's
referring it to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee in order to look at the changes recommended by this
COVID Ad Hoc Policy Committee.
and make the changes that they, I don't remember what I said, I'm sorry.
And bring back recommended changes to us.
And is this because the advisory committee suggested to follow the Deci Guidelines? Is that included in this? Because that's the only recommendation the subcommittee made.
Yeah, that's the recommendation that's referred to.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so the motion is to refer the COVID Policy Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation to the Rules and Policy Subcommittee for evaluation and return a recommendation to the school committee to deliberate and vote on.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Member Levy. I don't think I heard you. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
And Member Stein.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so that, I don't remember where we are. Okay, so that's going to bring us back up to reports, and we are at G. Superintendent Search Committee and Member Gazy.
I just wanted to update you. Included in your folder, and there's a little last minute inclusion because that I want you to dig for, which is the letter from Glenn Kuchar addressing the issues that I asked him about. So I did get a recommendation from MASC to not a recommendation, a proposal, which is significantly cheaper than the ones that we have from HYA. I also asked him to address the concerns that I had heard from Member Levy about the fact that, you know, we've had a couple of local superintendent searches and the same old people kept going. So it felt like, you know, nobody was reaching out very far. And he addressed that and said that that the big firms represent candidates. So if you looked at pools for the districts your size, you would also see the same candidates, the ones they represent and the area candidates who will find you anyway. And he said, when Massachusetts district has vacancy and no one is ever moving more than 3 hours away from anywhere, geography is less of a barrier. and the state-based candidates pursue the positions. He said he's finding it difficult to coax candidates from out of state because of the regulatory climate, the open meeting law, which many states do not have, are low salaries in Massachusetts compared with Connecticut and New York. And especially for minority candidates, the challenge of coming to a new place without any network of support that a local might have. So he did say that Northampton has a great reputation as a place to live and work. But during challenging economic times, candidates often don't want to assume risks. So you can look at, he also included his base of recruiting targets, the organizations and schools that prioritize superintendents of color, their distribution network that they included. And so I just want to update you on that latest piece of news and to put the mask proposal out there for your consideration as well.
Again, MASC, not.
Oh, mask, yeah, MASC. I always say mask because I'm lazy lips.
Okay, so kind of like what we just did, this is a vote that shows up later. Shall we just move this up and have this full discussion now? Okay. Any questions or, well, sorry, I see you, Member Miller. So this is so the report that Member Gazy just gave, and then just so people can follow along, we're moving up item I under new business, which is discussion and possible vote on superintendent search firms, so that we can have this whole discussion now. So sorry, Member Miller, now your hand's down. I looked back up and did you want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add something to that, which was, the subcommittee examined pretty closely the 3 search companies. And then at the end, again, later on, we got a proposal from Mask. And in our comparisons of the 3 national groups, we really did not find that any of the national search companies provided us with anything more than what the Mask proposal would offer us at a much, much lower rate. So I in fact made a decision not to call back HYA, which was the group that I was researching. And I really felt strongly that the Mask proposal offered as extensive a search as the others. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis.
I want to echo what Member Miller said, but that I did reach back out to the firm that, because we had just kind of divided up who called who, and another one of the national firms, and they did in fact say in writing that they would match, so just the financial piece of it, that they would match the same cost of Mask, which surprised me because they're very, very expensive otherwise. But that doesn't mean that they're better. So I would just continue to echo what Member Miller said, but the money question kind of goes away, just as far as making decisions about those things.
So they would match the.
I said this is what Mask costs.
Yeah.
And you said in your proposal that you would match any, I don't remember how they all worded it. They all said we would match a competitor or some such thing. And I said, this is what it would cost. And it's not nothing, but it's, you know, half of what they originally said. So just something to keep in mind.
And they would match it and they wouldn't sort of remove anything from their proposal. It would be the proposal exactly as they gave it to us, just at half the cost.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Thanks. Member Agna.
Thanks. This is sort of a departure from actually recommending or supporting any of the searches, and I appreciate the ad hoc superintendent search committee's work in trying to find the best organization to do this search. What I'm concerned about is that it's October, mid-October. I went on the MASC site and other sites. There are superintendent searches happening now. And I don't want to put Dr. Pearson Campbell on the spot. However, I would not want her to be in any position that other than how she has to take care of herself right now. I also wouldn't want to be in a situation where we might lose her if that is something that we determine is a good thing by not going forward with our search. So I hope we can decide on an organization, and I hope we can start the process now so we can get the candidates that we would like to apply for it, and including Dr. Pearson Campbell if she decides she wants to stay with this crazy place. Do you feel like saying anything, Dr. Pearson Campbell? But I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, I always call Northampton a boutique. It's very unique. But I also understand that you want to be transparent, because I do receive emails from people in the community that they want to have a transparent search for a superintendent. But at the end of the day, you know, it's life. But that's all. That's up to this committee.
Okay, thank you. Member Robbins.
I've had the good fortune to be part of superintendent searches in other districts, and I think no matter what decision Dr. Pearson Campbell makes, or no matter what candidates appear on our screen, it's a wonderful process. And I think MASC will help us do that in terms of outreach to community and really embedding in that, having discussion about what we want our schools to be. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us, no matter what the outcome is, and or whatever organization we have. But I think that would be a priority. And I believe that would be the first steps that any agency would take with us, which is framing that with our caretakers and students and taxpayers.
Okay, thank you, Member Stein.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to sort of echo what Member Agnes said, and I am concerned that we're making a lot of progress on moving forward with the search, and then I don't know if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, decided to push it to November, and now we're in October, so it's the next meeting anyway. But I guess what I want to say is I hope that at the next meeting we can make a decision on a firm and jump right into the search process. So, and I really appreciate the knowledge of a lot of my colleagues in this area, and will support the recommendation of which firm to go with, because I look at them and they look very similar, but I don't know enough about this sector to be able to differentiate the capacities they have for attracting certain candidates. Though I do share a concern that was raised before, that I would want us to really do a national search and be present in places where the type of candidates we want to attract to apply would be seeing the listing. So I just hope in November we can really just make things go forward. And if it's going to be a big agenda, maybe we have a special meeting even earlier than that date to move it forward. I just think it's one of the most important responsibilities we will ever have as a school committee, and we need to get it right.
Hey, Member Levy.
Thanks. I have a number of thoughts that I want to share. But first, a question, procedural. This is on the agenda for tonight. Obviously, we haven't seen the November agenda yet, but we're making a decision tonight, it seems. I just want to clarify that, given Member Stein's comment and the reality that we did say we would decide in November. So this is a decision we're going to make tonight?
It's on the agenda for a possible vote.
Okay, thanks. So I am with folks that I would like us to make a decision about a firm and a process as soon as possible. I also want to name that we haven't yet done any anti-racism work or work to look at our own lenses through which we are reading and understanding and making decisions. I think when we work with a firm, I hope we'll choose a firm that is also based in anti-racism work and in understanding what it means to create a process that will mitigate bias to the greatest extent possible. And the firm is going to lead the process, but we will still be the decision makers. And I want to make sure we will be the decision makers, and I want to make sure we will be working with a firm that will absolutely be engaging the community, because our community members will help us bring voices and perspectives that we don't have in order to help us prioritize and think about how we'll make the decision. And I also do want us as a committee to do some work to better understand the identities and the lenses through which we understand things and see things and make decisions before we make this decision. So I want us to really make that commitment to do the work as we can do the search can continue or progress as we do that work. But I don't want to be in a position where we've gone with a firm that hasn't engaged the community in a way that we need, because we bring a whole host of identities and experiences that are different from each other. We also bring some identities that are similar to each other, and we're missing some key perspectives and experiences. And so I want to make sure that we have that experience or that process embedded, that our community is very much engaged. And I also want to make sure that we make a commitment to doing the work that we've said we would do, so that we can be as informed as possible in making this decision. So having said that, my question to the subcommittee is, I see in the MASC proposal that they will take our guidance in terms of how much community engagement we'd like to do. And so I read that as, if we want to do a lot of community engagement, they'll do that. I truly want to know, what are the differences? And I hear you saying like minimal, but I also hear Member Davis saying, well, here's this other group that will do their work at the same fee as MASC. So if money weren't an issue, since it seems like it might not be, since all of these folks have this price matching, what are the differences, and what do the references say about their experiences?
Member Gazy, did you want to?
Yeah, may I respond to that?
Sure, please. Wait, but you muted. There you go.
Okay, there. It was very discouraging talking with the national search firms and trying to follow up on their references. First of all, many of their references were 5, 6, 7 years ago, so none of the school committee members were on it. Secondly, when I requested more recent ones, or requested to get references that were perhaps smaller school systems that were similar to ours in size, or that were in the East Coast, I was stonewalled. I got no response. And the only firm that has made efforts to communicate with me and to address my issues that I brought from you, Member Levy, was MASC. And I have had several conversations with them. I was bumped at some of the others to a secretary who once returned my call. I missed it. I called back again. There was no answer. I sent an email. There was no answer. And many of the references that I pursued said, oh, yeah, they were sort of good, but they really screwed up on the timeliness or this or that. The people, you know, administrative staff did not like them. So I was getting very negative responses. And that's why I'm leaning towards mask. And I would like to put a motion on the floor to appoint mask to continue on this thing, because having spent maybe 6 or 8 hours chasing down leads and stuff that you know, and that's not the committee meetings and other things, that I feel very confident that if we ask them for lots of community input, which I agree is a very important thing to hear from our committee, and to connect them with associations like REAL and other community organizations that will get that talk. And I also like your proposal that we continue looking at our anti-racism discrimination ourselves, because I think that's important. And I think it will set the light for, not set the light, but set the stage and be reflected in our search. So I'd like to make a motion that we vote to appoint MASC and get the process rolling as soon as possible.
I second it.
Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded.
I also wanted to speak to it.
Sure.
Thank you. I want to echo what Member Robbins said about MASC and the search. I've been in several in this district, and I do think that we're in the driver's seat, and they have done really good work in trying to find the person that matches our district. That being said, it's very difficult to find a person to match our district because of the differences that we have. And I also want to say to my Member Stein's point, I think MASC, it doesn't preclude that it's a national search. I mean, I think that if anybody is interested in moving to Western Massachusetts in a very unique community that doesn't pay very well, I think that there will be people who can get from MASC that posting. I don't think that limits us nationally. We had lots of national candidates apply in the last few years. My experience with NESDEC versus MASC, that MASC is much more preferable than NESDEC. And the last thing I just want to say is we do need to do work. I know that we do, Member Levy, about our lens. And I think that's that's like a life journey that some of us have been on for a long time. And I would think that we have to, in our work in finding where we are in terms of white supremacy and anti-bias and anti-racist, is that we will have to do that work so that it's differentiated, because I think many of us have done work and many of us haven't done work. And I'm not about to say what kind of work I've done, but I think that it's really important that we, and I think you would suggest that, Member Levy, given your profession, that we differentiate that and understand where we are on this journey. And again, I think that journey is going to take a while. And it's a journey that our community needs to take, because our community is not wrestling with some of these issues in the ways that we should be, just like the rest of our country is not wrestling with these issues. So I'm not dismissing it, but I think that it is work that we need to do. But I don't know if you were suggesting that we have to wait to do this search before we find that we're all able to do it with a lens that's the accurate lens. I think we need to, I didn't think you were, but I just wanted to clarify that because I wasn't sure. I think we need to do the work. There is no question. And we need to learn from each other about what work we've all done in our lives that can come together on this. And we also need to get this search going, which is why I seconded this motion. And I thank you, Member Gazy, for putting it on the table.
Can I respond and just clarify that I was suggesting we commit to doing that work concurrently, that we not move forward with this search without making that commitment that we all do that work.
Okay, Member Miller, you're up.
Thank you. I want to address Member Levy's comment as well as Member Agnes. In our investigation of these search committees, one of the most important things was how well do they reach out to the community to get their input and their voice. So we were all committed to a company that will listen to the voices that may not be always the most loud and spoken, but all voices. And I think that in choosing and recommending that we use masks proposal and going with mask is that they provided this reassurance to us equally to the other companies that they would really seek out community input. And that's really important because we have to hear those voices that are not always heard. And that is part of the process. I agree with Member Levy that through that process, we will hear some other voices and start to address our own biases, and we will be doing anti-racist work through that. So that's why after exploring and discussing all the companies, I'm still coming out with thinking that mask will do an equally good job.
Okay, thank you. Member Stein.
A few comments. One, I just want to thank the members of this other now advisory committee, I think we'll call it, for doing all of this work and really following all the breadcrumbs of trying to evaluate these places. It's a lot of work, and I'm really appreciative of it. And I'm grateful, and I'll support the MASC recommendation. I trust the judgment of the committee based on that work. The other thing I wanted to mention is related to something that Member Agnes said earlier regarding Dr. Pearson Campbell and sort of the awkwardness of the search and what we're doing. And I raise this question without knowing the answer, which is when we originally voted on the motion to place this agenda item on the November meeting, I annoyingly made you all include in that motion a summary of sort of like this speculative thought about will we extend Dr. Pearson Campbell for a year? And there was some version of that motion that passed had this other piece. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm wondering if, I don't know if Annie has access to it. Like, I'm trying to save us from having to have that conversation in November. If we can add that, whatever that part was, onto this vote tonight. I don't remember what it was though. I just remember I annoyed you all to do it and be specific in my belief that it was the fair thing to do for the interim superintendent. So, but I don't remember what it was. So I'm hoping you can help me.
Okay, maybe Annie, maybe I'm going to go to Member Seraphy Cox if you're able to pull that up. in the meantime. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, I plan to support the motion and just wanted to reiterate on, not reiterate, but support Member Levy's suggestion about doing anti-bias and anti-racist work as a part, like concurrently with this process, because that we're not going to run a good process unless we are doing that work at the same time. And I guess I was a little confused, and this is maybe a separate conversation, Member Agnew, but I was a little confused about the differentiation piece that you were talking about. I mean, I've worked in communities of color and have a partner who's a person of color, and yet I know that there are moments when I engage in white supremacy. We all do, who have white privilege. So I know that there are moments when I need to go back to the basics, and not just the basics, not like it's learning algebra. So I think there's something to be said for having a process together, and I have some ideas about what that process, should look like. And maybe this is a conversation for another day, but I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Member Agnew.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, Member Seraphy Cox, about that. I certainly am not suggesting that by saying differentiation that some of us are already there, that we've already made it all the way through the journey. That is not what I mean at all. I'm just saying about the different experiences that we've had that maybe place us on different places on that journey. I'm in the white affinity group that's sponsored by the district, which I think is a really great opportunity. I know Member Goldman and I have been on that, a great opportunity for us to do this kind of exploration, and it's free because I think we do have some limitations around the training. It would be wonderful for us all to get together to do those, and I was going to maybe speak to that a little bit about further ideas for retreats, but I think in that white affinity group, it's very clear how different people are, and the facilitator from the collaborative is so great because she's able to say she wants us to tell where we have been and what part of the journey we've on, and that there are people who've never worked with populations of color, and there are people who've worked lots, and they're doing it from an educator lens too. But I would like to say that I don't ever suggest that I'm there, or anybody might be in our group is already there. We're all on that journey. So I appreciate the opportunity to say that. And I just think that it's really great that our superintendent has been transparent and saying that she wants transparency, because she knows from the emails she's getting that this is a special community, as she calls it, a boutique community. And as she said, they're looking for the golden apple, and we may have the golden apple or we may not, but I think that it's really important that in sensitivity, and Member Stein, I appreciate that you've wanted to be sensitive as we're talking about this in person with our interim, that we acknowledge that she is willing to be transparent about it and willing to adhere to the community voices that would like a process. And I think she'd really be happy to have that process start. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Dr. Pearson Campbell, but I appreciate your honesty and transparency in wanting a transparent process. Thank you.
I'm just trying to honor the community members, the emails that I've sent. And I always know I have a gift, and sometimes I'm not perfect, but I come here every day in the morning to come to Northampton, and it's been an honor to be the interim superintendent. And so I think we just owe it to the community, because their voices matter. And I do get the emails, good, bad, and ugly, but I think it's just honor the district. That's all.
Thank you. Annie, did you find that?
I did not find that. I was not at that meeting and have not yet watched it and to do the minutes for it. So I will look that up tomorrow, or I could suggest, Member Stein, that you could just repeat that again tonight and maybe include that in a vote.
Member Levy, I feel like, has something to share on this.
Yeah, I believe it was my motion. So I don't 100% remember it, but I'm going to try to give you the gist, and you all can tell me if this is on track for your memories. I think I suggested that given that we, in our deliberation about Dr. Pearson Campbell's strengths during the interim search, a number of us suggested that she had the qualities that we thought we were looking for in a long-term superintendent. And given that we would need to start the search early in her tenure as an interim, I think I suggested, or others helped suggest, that we assess, and this is why I think we put it into November, we assess whether we might want to extend the interim role to give Dr. Pearson Campbell longer to give us a sense of her work in the office, as well as give her a longer time frame to decide whether this was a longer term thing she wanted to potentially stick with. Somebody help me. Am I close to what we talked about? I think that there were two issues here. One was that, yeah, this would mean we wouldn't be getting the community input, at least right now, that a search would help us bring. And also, we don't know that Dr. Pearson Campbell even wants to stay longer with us, and we don't want to put you on the spot to answer that question right now. So I think, Member Stein, that was the gist of the conversation, and you wanted more specifics and clarity, and I think we didn't want to give it because we wanted to keep it kind of vague on purpose. But that was my recollection.
I mean, that sounds right to me. I remember we nailed it down in some way, and I just don't remember what it was at all. Like, if we said we were going to carry out some evaluation, like, did we commit ourselves to carrying out an evaluation by November? Like, I don't remember what we did, right?
No, we weren't
Okay,
going
great.
to evaluate. We were just going to decide somehow whether we wanted to move forward with a search and engage the community in their perspectives about what they want in a long-term superintendent, as well as the direction of the district, or whether we wanted to extend the interim period by some time in order to lengthen our stay with Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Thanks.
Member Servi Cox, is your hand up again, or no? Okay.
I think it's up from before, but I just wanted I wanted to clarify with Member Levy, and then presumably after that potential extension of the interimness, that then the search, it's not like the search wouldn't happen, it's just that the search would be postponed or would happen like next year.
So I think what we said was that we would still want to do a search in order to get the community input, but that search would be much more informed by doing it a year later, by having more understanding of Dr. Pearson Campbell and her strengths and abilities, and by Dr. Pearson Campbell having a better sense of what this district is, although she probably had a sense of that in week one. So I don't think it was that we wouldn't do the search, but that we would maybe consider putting it off. And so I guess it's a question for the committee as to whether we want to move forward with the search now with the motion on the table, working with MASC, and or whether we want to put that off for a year. And I'm not sure how we want to have that conversation, because I'm not sure what's going to inform it for us.
Okay, Member Agna.
So correct me if I'm wrong, we could still proceed with the search and collect the candidates. And at that point, Dr. Pearson Campbell will decide whether she's going to apply. And at that point, we can, the committee can look, not this committee, but the search committee can determine whether they want to move Dr. Pearson Campbell forward as a finalist in the search. And so I can't speak for Dr. Pearson Campbell, but I don't know how appealing a year-long interim would be versus being able to apply and getting a decision made for her to have a permanent position, which there are many permanent positions being advertised right now.
Yes.
And they may be more, they may be things that she might be applying for, but I'm not going to ask her for that right now.
Okay, Member Levy, did you want to?
I do think that is, I think personally that that's the route we should go. I was just trying to respond to Member Stein's question and clarify what we had talked about earlier. So I appreciate that. And I think that's how we should go.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to contract with MASC to do the search and to contract with them now, correct? Okay, that is the motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes, with incredible gratitude to the subcommittee for their research and dedication here.
Indeed, thank you. Okay. So, yeah, Member Gazy, recess? No, you're muted.
I just wanted to ask who goes about contacting MASC, you or you want me to write them? How
You're
do we?
pointing, Member Seraphy Cox, you're pointing, but I don't know who you're pointing to.
Good point. I was pointing at Member Daisy.
I can contact them if you like. I didn't know whether, I just wanted to make sure that that was appropriate for me.
Okay, and then you would work with Bobby around figuring out, the financing, I guess, for it.
And I'll CC you on everything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the previous work and the future work. Member Levy, did you just raise your hand?
Yep, sorry, it's a procedural question as to whether, and maybe MASC can answer this, whether they're going to work with the entire school committee or whether we need to form a subcommittee to help lead that process and work with them.
Good question.
Maybe they have thoughts on it. Member Agna, since you've gone through these, or Member Robbins, I think you have too. Do you have an answer for that?
I don't know the answer. I've participated in searches. Maybe Annie has.
Yeah, sorry, Annie. What about you?
Yeah.
I just know from looking at the last time there was a search for Dr. Provost, I believe MASC helped the district come up with the search committee. and sort of held our hands throughout that process. But I think Holly would be able to find that. Member Gazy would be able to find that out when she talks to them.
Okay.
We love any help we can get. That's great. Thank you. Okay. How we doing? I know we've been meeting for a bit. I don't know what that face was, Member Survey Cox. So since we have been sort of ping-ponging all over the place, what I would like to do, and then maybe we'll take a brief recess, since Bobby is here with us for the long haul, what I would love to do is maybe go to new business C, Director of Curriculum Updates. That way we could let Roxanne get to bed. And since she doesn't need to be with us for the rest of it unless she wants to be. Is that okay with everyone? I think I saw some nods. Yep. Okay. So we are now jumping to, I just had it. So this is under new business, the Director of Curriculum Updates, and welcoming Roxanne Dory. Can you, I don't know if you're here. Let me ask you to unmute. Can you unmute? There you go. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm the new Director of Curriculum Instruction, and I'm happy to be with the district. A little bit about myself. I've lived in the Pioneer Valley for 27 years, and I've been an educator and an administrator. I've also worked for Deci. And I'm really happy to be in Northampton. It's one of my favorite cities. It's where I go out to eat and I do my shopping. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen.
Are you, Annie, can you please make Roxanne a co-host and then she could share her screen? There you go. Now it should work.
Okay, just bear with me, please. All right, is everyone able to see the slideshow?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I just want to first thank Dr. Pearson Campbell. This work that I did in preparation has been in consultation with her. And also thank you to Karen Albano, who left the office in meticulous shape with all files in order so that it was an easy transition for me. I know that you're here tonight, so thank you. So tonight I'm presenting the Professional Development and Curriculum Plan. And I'll take questions at the end. I'm going to try to make this 10 minutes or under so that I know it's a long night and everyone's probably tired. Okay, so we start with the District Improvement Plan overview. You've read this before, so I'm not going to go into that. You know the district improvement goals. Number one is to empower, engage caregivers in the community through classroom, school, and district collaboration that is culturally responsive and values anti-bias and anti-racist practices. So some of the ways that we'll be doing this work together this year is through regular and transparent communication with stakeholders. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at the website, but all the professional development is now posted. We have a professional development calendar and some new links to curriculum were created on the website for caregivers, teachers, and community members. Also, there'll be professional development on culturally responsive teaching throughout the district. That work has started, and that's going to be communicated with caregivers and community members through the website and through posting a semi-annual teaching and learning flyer. So you should be able to see the first one coming out, I'm hoping by the end of November. I'll be going into the schools again. I've done my first round, and my second round, my goal is to take pictures and to interview people and to put together a brochure that lets people in the community know the great work that's happening throughout the district, such as the new math programs that are being implemented, the gardening program, and so just giving people a snapshot of what's happening in the district so that we can really advertise our amazing teachers and keep more students in the district. Number two, caregiver representatives were invited to serve on the standards-based grading team at the high school. So this is the one way to empower and engage caregivers and community. And this work has a focus on equity and grading that Member Robbins, thank you for speaking to that earlier this evening. We are reading a book in our group, and I'll talk about that after this PowerPoint to help guide our work. And that aligns with culturally responsive teaching practices. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. District improvement goal number 2 is to strengthen and sustain professional growth, opportunities, and collaboration for district employees with a focus on equity and anti-bias work in order to increase student engagement and mastery of content area standards. So our PD plan this year and our curriculum plan does have a focus on student equity and anti-bias teaching and learning. For example, opportunities with Adaptive X, the company we're working with, is ongoing and has continued this year and expanded to include more members at the middle school. That work started last year with a small group at the high school led by Megan Harrison. And this year, our math coach at the JFK school has been working closely with the teachers, and we're going to be turning that work over to the new principal. So she's really stepped up, our math coach, and has found new members. So that work happens after school in department meetings, also in the vertical curriculum teams, and through continuing professional development with new and existing partners. Something exciting that's going to be happening on our second, and unfortunately final PD day of the year. I wish there were more in our calendar, but there are only 2, is to have a keynote speaker. I'm in touch with Real and looking for a really outstanding keynote speaker so that this work can expand to the greater district. Right now, it's only happening in smaller groups. So that is my hope. And I worked with the PD committee. Last night, we had our first meeting, and that is also something we're all in agreement on. Number 2, we're going to review all existing and potential future curricula through a critical lens of anti-bias and standard alignment by creating and implementing a 5-year curriculum innovation and renewal cycle. And if there's time, I can go into that. I just don't want to, I know you have a lot to do tonight, so I don't, if people are interested in that, I can present that. I don't know if that's something you want to also be informed about. I did share that with the subcommittee. So this year we are working on, what I did in essence is, instead of dividing all of our resources into every subject area, and I did this in my last district where I was a curriculum director, we're focusing on only 2 curriculum areas so that we can sort of allocate resources, financial resources and human resources into 2 areas at once, because instead of trying to do too much with teachers, really concentrating and doing it well versus trying to do too much. So this year is year 2 of math. And so all K through 8 teachers are working with a new program, and I'll be writing about that in the flyer. And so you'll have updated information. And I hope I haven't been inundating everyone's email box with communications. I do like to keep everyone informed. So I'm going to try and minimize that. So thank you for being patient. And district improvement goal number 3 is to provide instruction and curriculum that empowers all students to explore who they are, to embrace and honor the world around them, to identify and think critically about the messages they receive, and to be powerful contributors to change. I got some help from this slide last night when I practiced this with the subcommittee meeting. So I want to thank Member Levi for helping me rethink this slide, and more importantly, the work that we need to do. So number 1, create family-friendly elementary, middle school, and high school web links that explain the curricula and explains the work that's currently happening across the district. And number 2, I think we need to meet with community members and school community members to identify speakers who have worked with teachers, such as the one that has already worked with Jackson Street School, and find ways to bring that to the wider school community. So that work can happen and duplicate in other schools as well. So that we can cultivate, embrace, and honor diversity, and also help students understand more about their own identities. Number 3 is to work with local colleges and universities and coalition partners to explore ways to work together with students and how we can become change agents on issues that are important to the students. So I'm excited to be working with students right now on the standards-based grading team, and hearing their voices. And so I'm excited to work with them and find out what issues are important to them and how we can partner with colleges and universities and others to find ways that we can embrace and honor the world around us. Number 4, this is the final goal, is to address the current inequity of educational resources through a data-driven framework of strategies that provide equitable outcomes for students. Here are some of the things we are doing this year. Number 1, refining systems of data collection, analysis, and student progress so that caregivers and educators have timely, actionable information about students. So, for example, we're looking at our benchmark screenings for both math and English language arts, and revamping them to make sure that that data is useful and valuable and helps guide our instruction. And also, equally important, that caregivers have access to that information so that they know how their students are doing in real time. Number 2, study the existing school cultures for Tier 2 student supports and identify areas of need and areas of strength. So the goal is to work towards meeting the needs of the diverse range of learners that we work with every day. And that work is going really well so far. With the help of the math coach and the literacy coach, we have teams in every school. This happened last year as well, but it's really happening, I think, in all the schools now. The elementary schools, they're meeting to talk about students and which students need extra help and how we can give extra help as supplementary instead of in place of the regular instruction. I've been messaging out and meeting with these teams and explaining, the need to give extra support in addition to support in the classroom. So not pulling kids from their primary instruction because we want to give them, a second opportunity, not take them away from the first opportunity. And we have some excellent teachers on these teams with psychologists who are leading the discussions. Number 3, having ongoing curriculum conversations about differentiation. So this year we are doing math mapping. I understand that mapping hasn't happened in the district in a while, and it's time to get back into that work. This is what other districts do on a regular basis. I've just surveyed the teachers, and there is some resistance to using Atlas. I think there's so many tools out there that it's another thing to have to log in and understand. So they've been given the option to work in Google Maps, and I'm going to be messaging that out to everyone as I meet with them. The vertical math team already knows that that's the plan. So we are going to be reworking the math maps with the intention of keeping Atlas for the community because it's a great resource that's easy, I think, to look up what the curriculum is. But for teachers, we're going to build an internal Google library. And a lot of them, teachers already have their materials already in Google form. It's just easier to link up and find resources online. It's what a lot of schools are moving towards. The special education teachers and the English language education teachers are going to be part of this work. And I wrote a new grant in consultation with Director Dixon and our EL coordinator, and with Superintendent Pearson Campbell, and the Department of Education was at the table, and we all decided how to spend this. It's only $15,000, but part of that money is going to invite special education teachers and the EL teachers to help with the curriculum mapping because they bring a unique perspective and specialize in differentiation in ways that I think regular education teachers can learn from. We can learn from their areas of expertise. So this is exciting work for me. I'm hoping the teachers will sign up for this. I'm trying to incentivize through stipending and allowing the work to happen at home. It's easy for me to do editing. I worked as an editor, and when I worked in private industry, and it's Google Doc, I find is a really friendly way to give feedback in a really easy, timely manner. So I'm really crossing my fingers and hoping that teachers embrace this work and that they see it as relevant and not just a thing that they have to do. And that's how I'm messaging it out to them. Let's change some of the parts of the maps so that you find it helpful, not just not just wordy and irrelevant to your work. So number 4, working with the standards-based grading team has just started. We met with them yesterday at the high school, and this is exciting work too. This is going to be interesting and challenging. Our goal is to lay out a professional development plan for secondary teachers on best standards-based grading practices within their courses, and I'm going to talk about that after this presentation. I think that's also on the agenda. Here's the timeline. So all the PD opportunities have been posted. We reviewed the survey results at our first meeting yesterday. Everyone provided input. In March, this is what I've done with my last district. I worked with this team to solicit input from all stakeholders, including the community. So we'll put together a survey that goes out to the faculty, goes out to the community, the parents, guardians, caregivers, and possibly school committee members too, on what we want to do next year and come up with a plan. And then we'll share the topics and priorities and align them with the district improvement plan goals and the school improvement plan goals, and prioritize what we can do with the limited amount of PD days that we have, and then allocate funding accordingly. In June, I'll draft a PD plan and present it to the PD committee and the school committee. And again, that work is really done with teachers and alongside teachers and other administrators. I just see myself as the conduit and the person who puts it all together and guides and answers questions. In the summer, I will work on finding professional development providers if they're needed. We might have some people in district who can provide professional development as well. I promise I'm almost done. There are only 2 more slides. The curriculum plan timeline includes sending out communications about the 5-year curriculum innovation renewal cycle. And I uploaded that into the shared drive. If anyone wants to see that, you can just email me. I'll send it to you. It's also on the website. And we do have teachers who are serving on the vertical teams. We have more membership on the English language arts team and the math team currently. So I'm working to see if we can find some more members to serve on that team. It's after school, and people have commitments and childcare obligations. Our work this year is going to, like I said, revise the math maps, PK through 12, so all the way up, and also to revamp our math and literacy benchmark assessments, including identifying a Deci approved early literacy screener. Every district was supposed to already have one in place. So our work is to look at the ones that are on the list and to try them out and see which ones we want to pick. And then also the big project this year, this is a biggie, is to review the current K through 8 English and literacy programs and then make recommendations for new curricula, hopefully funded through new grant opportunities that I will be looking for. I do love to write grants. I know that sounds a little odd, but that's something I enjoy doing. We have bi-monthly standards-based grading meetings. Our goal is to revise the high school standards-based report card to implement next year, not this year. There's going to be a lot of work to do because the foundation was not laid. And we met yesterday. It was a really exciting meeting. I'll talk about that after this presentation. We're also going to identify a professional development plan for high school teachers. The team really wants to start this work in the spring, and then we'll decide as an alt team if we want to continue this with the middle school next year, because the middle school is a little bit in limbo. They don't have a standards-based report card yet. And then throughout the summer, I'm going to continue editing the maps and making sure that those changes are reflected on the Atlas site so that current information is out there for anyone who wants to look at it. Here's some of the things that are going on now. We had our new teacher induction program and mentorship program. Our teachers signed up for Foundations, Wilson Foundations, which is happening in the classroom, and also Science of Reading course. We have many reading teachers taking that. We have Bridges and Illustrative Math Integration. Those are the 2 new math programs. And we have AVMR math training, K through 8, happening throughout, some of them are planned through the day. We have our 2 math coaches are certified. So it's very cost effective in that we don't have to pay an outside trainer. We have Culturally Responsive Teaching Academy happening for 2nd year. And this is Deci sponsored. This is no cost to the
Did you all lose Roxanne?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if it was me.
It's me, Roxanne.
Working with, yes.
You cut out like entirely about 7 seconds ago.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it might be my internet connection. Where should I back up to? The beginning of the slide?
Can someone help?
No, it was right after, it was as you were talking about the culturally responsive teaching. No, 7 seconds ago. It was not like it was on the current that previous slide.
You can go.
Okay, thanks for interrupting me. And this is the last slide, and I'll take questions. I know I don't like to be on my soapbox and talk, but I don't, this seems important. So I'll just start with the beginning of the slide. We had our induction program, mentorship program. I'm the mentor director for that. That's underway. Their teachers signed up for foundations training, which is an early literacy phonics-based program. We have the science of reading course happening through Gateway is the principal and curriculum director in Gateway. I'm partnering with them, and we bought seats from them and offered it to our teachers. We have Bridges and Illustrative Math Integration. Those are 2 new math programs that were decided upon last year by the vertical math team under Karen's leadership in my position. And AVMR math training happening K through 8. We have 2 math coaches who are trained, so it brings our costs down so they do turnaround training. We have Culturally Responsive Teaching Academy with Adaptive X. That's no cost because it's sponsored by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And then Real Professional Development, I'm hoping is going, I'm in contact with them, with a couple other teachers. We're meeting with them soon to talk about how we can stretch this professional development outside of the 2 small groups that are happening in JFK and the high school into the wider school district on anti-racist and anti-bias training. We have courses offered through Westfield State. They're self-serve online courses. Those are all listed on the website under staff links if they're available, if you are interested in seeing what's out there, so that educators can keep up with their licensure. Those are free. Those are free to educators. We're paying for it as a district. We have training for our para-educators happening 1 time a month, October through May, with our Collaborative for Educational Services partner. And the first training is on the DCAP, which was the district accommodation plan. And I think future topics I'm hoping are going to be picked in collaboration with our ESPs. There's Take It Outside Elementary PD happening with the Hitchcock Center. They're coming in and working with our K-3 teachers and working with the kids going outside. And I asked them to make sure that this training involved also training the teachers so that it would happen again next year. That was funded through a grant that the Hitchcock Center got. So that is the end of my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. I see a couple questions. Would you mind stop screen sharing, and that way we can all see each other a little bit better? Is that okay? Although I love your graphic. All right, I'm going to go to member. There we go. Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all of those details. You may already know this, but just want to both highlight it and let the public know that there will be 2 additional half-day professional development days next year and the years after because of the new collective bargaining agreement. So you were talking about, not having very many professional development days, and that was definitely a goal of the school committee during the most recent, changes to the collective bargaining agreement. So excited about that, and really excited that our paraprofessionals are a part of those trainings as well. And Oh, I think the only thing that I was thinking about that was, of course, we are now changing our language to be paraprofessional rather than ESP, which has been how we've referred to them for years and years. So that was the tiniest point, but the main thing was about those extra professional days. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Stein. Oh, sorry, Roxanne, did you want to respond? I see you're muted, but you're muted, so.
I just said thank you for that update. I appreciate it.
Okay, Member Stein.
Roxanne, I just want to just welcome you to the district. It's the first time I've gotten to interact with you, and I also was able to watch part of the curriculum subcommittee meeting yesterday, and it was really great. And I learned a lot from you and from the other participants about a lot of things, and it was really interesting to hear your conversation with each other about it. And I really thank you for that. And one thing I really noticed was like a real openness to acknowledging things that we're struggling with and a real plan on how to move things forward. So I'm really grateful for that. And I had a few questions, partially from that meeting and also from the presentation tonight. And I guess one of these things was mentioned by Member Robbins in a report on the subcommittee, and I didn't catch this part in the subcommittee meeting, so I'm hoping you can explain a little more about it. And that is as you're doing this, and I'm going to get the terms wrong, so I apologize. As you're doing this mapping with the math, which with whatever tool has ended up being chosen from the K through 12, Member Robbins had mentioned that there was going to be some sort of assessment process, or maybe that's too strong, some sort of surveys around the embedded honors. And I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about what that looks like for the upcoming year and maybe how that fits in with the mapping, or I don't know enough about those pieces. If you could elaborate, that would be great. And I've got one more question after that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. I'm happy to answer questions. So the embedded math is totally separate from the math mapping. So the math mapping is going to be, a map is really just a roadmap. So, for example, like when we travel somewhere new, I'll pull up like a Google map to get a quick sneak peek of where I'm supposed to go and what the roads are and how far my commute is. So a curriculum map is just really synonymous with that. And it's just a really short, very short document that is sort of a roadmap to what every course has. So it's like a syllabus, but this is K through 12. It's like a syllabus, and it helps to inform parents and caregivers as to the timeline of what's being taught, when it's being taught, what the skills are, what are the ways the teachers are differentiating, and what the language objectives are and what the content objectives are and how they tie into the standards. Deci also requires this of school districts that they supply funding to, and we do have about $500,000 worth of funding we take from Deci. I know I just wrote the Title I, Title IIA, and Title IV grants. So part of my due diligence in this role is to make sure that if we ever get audited, we can prove that we are in fact teaching to the standards. So that's the work. That's why so much work is being put into the mapping. This year we're going to map the math curriculum. Next year we're going to map the English language arts curriculum. The year after is the science curriculum, and then the year after that it's social studies. The year after that, fine arts and specialists. And I can't answer questions about embedded honors because this is my 12th week on the job and I don't know enough about it, but I know I'm going to learn a lot about it because I know it's a hot topic.
Great, thank you so much. That's really super helpful to understand. The other question was about, I might have misunderstood this yesterday, but there was this question towards the end of this, or the latter portion that I saw about what support the school committee could provide. And Member Robbins echoed this earlier, and I'm thinking about this because I'm on the budget subcommittee and it's going to be budget season very soon. It kind of already is, but what I heard was that there is some limitations with the current system called Otis that might, and I don't know if I could be wrong about this, that the standard-based grading issues are complicated by this software and to some degree, but I'm just wondering if you could explain more just to the whole committee what the challenges are with Otis and what another, like why that would be an important area that we might want to invest in as a district?
I would urge us to consider investing as a district in a software management tool that is user-friendly and interfaces with other platforms that are used, like special education platforms. And as a parent of a high school student and a middle school student in a district that uses PowerSchool, I have access to a lot of information on how my kids are doing on their assignments, their and along the way. It's a great reporting tool. I'm not chairing the committee, but I'm involved in a committee that our director of technology, Molly McLaughlin, is chairing, and she's doing a wonderful job in pulling together different student information systems, and she's pulled representatives, and they've given their sales pitch. Now you can already tell what I'm partial to, what I'll probably vote for, just because I had such a positive experience with that platform with my own students. So it is, I would urge the committee to support this work. I don't think it'll be a zero cost comparison if considering Otis, what the cost of Otis and Aspen is. I think it'll probably end up being more expensive. I don't think it'll be that much more expensive. We're not at that point of looking into it yet, but the considerations on my end are making sure that we have funding for someone to manually type in all the standards, making sure we have them translated into Spanish at all levels. So that's going to take time. It'll probably happen over the summer. Did that help to answer your question?
Yeah, thanks so much. And I guess, is there an element to, I might not understand this one, but is it one of the things that the software will enable is greater visibility among the parents in order to understand what evaluations their children have undergone and how they're doing? Is that one of the, I just didn't know if it was connected with the standards-based grading, which was more, it provides some of that information, I think.
It's part of the standards-based grading, and I think maybe we want to have I think I'm not the expert in this because it's software, and I'm more on the academic. My expertise is more in curriculum instruction, and I just don't want to give false information. But I think if Dr. Pearson Campbell, we could invite Molly or our tech director to talk about the limitations of Otis, because my understanding is it's very cursory.
And we also have a committee to look at the various assessments out there, because we have AimsWeb. So that's more skill-based, so looking for standard-based. And so that's another part of our process this year. So we do have a committee for that. So it's several things going at the same time.
Great. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Member Agna.
Thank you, Roxanne, for this amazing presentation. I'm sorry I wasn't able to see it last night in the curriculum subcommittee. I just want to echo, and I don't want to belabor this, but I know you acknowledged Karen Albano's leadership, and that's really critical because she really got us on a good footing. And also, and what I regret not being a principal with her leadership and yours, because you're very generous in saying that we weren't sort of mapping. We weren't mapping at all. And we were curriculum mapping. And there were lots of us who kept saying, we've got to do that. And I'm really happy that you're leading that charge. I don't want to micromanage. I don't want the school committee to micromanage. I think our retreat was very clear and we stay in our lane. So I hope that along the way that as you're presenting to us, you always are able to say to us, this is my lane, and I'm happy to share with you this lane, but what's going on in there. But I also want you to feel comfortable making sure that you don't feel that the school committee is into what you're doing. And the last thing I want to say, because I kind of have this rant always, is multiple measures of assessment and authentic assessment. And I just, I'm really old now, and I've been around since MCAS started. And I'm just concerned when we're talking about culturally responsive teaching and anti-bias teaching and understanding of variety of the population that we serve, that not always are visible to the rest of Northampton, that we find ways always to look at strengths. And I was so glad to hear you say about strengths-based assessment. And if there's any way or any support you need in standing up to the state around expanding the kinds of measures that we have, whether it's project-based learning or other ways that we can get away from, I shouldn't say get away from, but we can expand the kind of data that we're seeking from our students, because it's so critical. My experience has been that we don't always see that what anybody can do when we look at those things like Ames Web and MCAS and the rest. So that's just my little, I had to be on that soapbox one more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Pearson Campbell.
We call it triangulating our data. So we have more than just MCAS, we have daily assessments. And so that's what we're doing, working alongside our curriculum director. So I'd like to say thank you to Roxanne for joining me.
Did you want me to give an update on the standards-based work at the high school and the report cards at the elementary at this time, Mayor? Or
sure. I mean, so we do have a bunch of other stuff, but it's on our agenda. Is it? Do you feel like this is a shorter conversation or a longer conversation?
I can keep it under 5 minutes.
Okay, and then we'd be delighted to have you back to talk about it more too. But
Okay.
yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So like I referenced, the standards-based committee has started our work yesterday. I just think it's important that everyone has some idea what's going on. There will be a letter going out tomorrow afternoon from the high school. Meg Harrison and I drafted that, and everyone on the committee had a chance to weigh in. So the community, the parents and caregivers will hear about our work, and that's part of being transparent. So on this team, there are representatives, there are parents, 3 parents and caregivers. We have 2 students on the team, both at the high school, and a few administrators and several teachers on the team. And our work involves looking at how grading is happening at the high school. And like Meg Robbins said, everyone has a copy of Joe Feldman's book from Harvard University on equity-based grading practices that is going to guide our work. Right now, I have to be honest and say that the groundwork was not done. So I'm stepping into a real hot topic that I think teachers are upset about, and rightly so, because they were told to use this report card without being given proper training and time to have conversations. So I'm doing the best I can leading that group under Dr. Pearson Campbell's leadership, and helping us all to understand what is the purpose of standards-based grading, what is the history, what can we do, what conversations do we need to have, what kind of grading practices are in place, what does it look like to use language like exemplary, proficient, mastery on the report card, and if we are going to translate that into numbers, what do other local schools do, and what do college admission officers think about that? What does that look like on the receiving end? So Dr. Pearson Campbell and I are looking for college admission officers to come and speak to the group. I just want to let you know this is going to be a heavy lift. You will get complaints, but we're committed, and it's a democratic process. We are going to take our time, and we have norms. Every voice will be heard, and what we have in the end will be better than what it is now. Any questions about the work at the high school? And you will be kept informed. At the elementary school, I think it's important the school committee know, if you don't already know this, maybe you already know this. I found out through Karen. Karen told me that, Karen Albano, that the elementary report cards were changed from three trimesters to 2 semesters, and that was negotiated in the contract apparently. So I scrambled with Rebecca Niasen to make sure that we have a contract with Aspen to make sure the report card's done in time. so that, you know, when educators go and put their grades in, that it doesn't look like trimesters that would throw off parents and guardians. So that we negotiated a price down from 8,000 to 2,000. Rebecca really deserves a lot of credit for that. And we are in queue to get that done. And I am pushing them to make sure it's done by January. I want to let you know that that's happening, and that you might hear from, you know, having had elementary students, I can't imagine what it would be like to get a report on my student in February. So I think that's coming down the pipeline, and this decision was not made, you know, while I was in the district. So I just want to make you aware of that. And Dr. Pearson Campbell's aware of that too. I think we have to be very careful and cognizant of how to message this out to parents, because every parent and caregiver wants to have timely information on their student. Any questions about that?
Okay. Member Miller, did you have a question on the high school component? Oh, I saw your hand up, sorry, and then we moved on. No? Okay. Can you, Member Miller probably needs to be made a co-host because she got booted.
It wasn't a question. I was just gonna say thank you, and I really appreciate the due diligence and the careful examination that you're conducting regarding the standard-based grading. I just wanted to say thank you because I thought that was really good that it was being so thoroughly examined. That's it.
Thank you. You're a co-host now, so you should be able to unmute. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any. So if there are no others, then I just want to extend my thanks to you, Roxanne, and also welcome. We're so happy to have you, and grateful that you were here this evening, and thank you for all of this remarkable information. And sorry it's so late.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
All right, have a good evening. Okay, can we do a 5-minute recess? Okay, 5-minute recess. I know we want to keep plowing forward, but we've been at this a long time. So let's do 5, let's come back 10:28. How about that? Around there, okay? All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks, everyone. co-host, R. Jones.
Where is she? There you are.
Okay. Okay, we are coming back, and on this magical tour of our agenda that we're taking, we are gonna go back up to, now we're at H under reports and recommendations, and this is the business administrator financial report, and we welcome our business administrator, Bobby Jones. Good evening, Bobby. Thank you for being here with us.
Good evening. And I'm going to take care of agenda items H and I.
Nice.
So the budget and personnel reports are included in the school committee folder. I'm happy to take questions now, or you can either email me or call me at a later date. I've begun to delve into familiarizing myself with the Northampton Public Schools budget and processes and procedures. I'm excited to work with Dr. Pearson Campbell in moving forward with the budget process. And I have to say, I am really impressed with the central office personnel and how well everyone works together to accomplish a huge workload.
Fabulous. Okay, so is there anything that you wanted to go over with your reports or put on the screen, or just move to questions?
I would say just move to questions. I don't really have a lot to go over just yet.
Okay.
But I'm happy to take questions, like I said.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Okay. And is that also, did you cover the personnel report yet or no?
Yeah, well, that's in the packet, and
Okay.
I don't know if anybody has, questions. We are still working on hiring, obviously. Everything comes in on a daily basis, but I think we're about probably 85% of the way there.
Great.
So.
Okay. Well, if we don't have any questions for Bobby, then we'll move on. All right, thanks, Bobby. So moving down to J, which is the superintendent's report, and Dr. Pearson Campbell.
I know it's 10:30, so I'm gonna try to get short and sweet, but I just want to acknowledge, number one, there was a memo sent out to all our educators and staff, and I went through a walkthrough through all the buildings and just acknowledged what's going on in the building, where I saw a kindergarten learning how to read. I saw another class doing a science project for investigation. I also went through the high school where I saw them getting ready for, I guess next week's exciting high school homecoming week. In addition, talking about my goals and working alongside with my mentor. So I want to be so excited. In September, we closed. We had administrators coming in. On October the 1st, we had our interim principal for JFK started on, Ms. Principal Lauren Murrin. She has been acclimated. Parents have been meeting her. Students welcome her into the school. And so I just want to thank everyone that September, our kids are excited. And so that report will be added to your documents and from there. But we're on to October. So October is going to be another exciting month. We're focusing on grade level performance, sense of belonging, and exciting for homecoming next week. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone have any questions for Dr. Pearson Campbell? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to move into new business where we've covered a lot of ground already. And that is going to bring us back to Bobby at item E, which is vote. This is on a budget transfer, NHS psychologists to SED evaluations.
Okay, so what this is for is that we had a difficult time hiring a psychologist. So we need to transfer the money into a contract service line in order to use an outside company to do evaluations and that sort of thing. So this is in lieu of what we would have typically paid a psychologist for.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Bobby on this? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to transfer the funds.
Second,
Motion's been made by member Goldman, seconded by member Agna. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Annie.
Member Miller, you can't unmute.
She needs to be made a co-host because she.
I
had
thought I
booted
did
up.
again. Okay.
Oh, maybe she got booted again. She's having some trouble, unfortunately, with her internet.
Okay. Member Goldman,
Yes.
member Agna,
yes.
member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
member Robbins,
Yes.
member Gazy,
Yes.
member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
member Stein,
Yes.
and member Levy.
Yes.
Okay, that transfer was approved. Moving on to F, which is a vote to approve the job description for paraprofessionals, formerly known as ESPs or educational support professionals at MPS. And Dr. Pearson Campbell.
That is me. So this position is responsible for supporting discipline, behavior, social, emotional. And one thing about this position, we're looking for someone who's culturally responsive to our students. They have restorative practices. So our counselors, staff, and students will be working alongside this ESP, also known as a paraprofessional. And so that's why I'm looking for an approval of this job description at the high school.
Okay, member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm just curious why the school committee is needing to approve this. I don't remember approving very many other job descriptions as a school committee.
I thought this was part of the protocol. So they said that this would be a new job description. That's the reason why I brought it to you.
They have come to us in the past.
Yeah, some have, and I've been confused as to what differentiates some from coming to us and some not. So what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Pearson Campbell, is that because it's a newly created job description that hasn't been in the district before, that's why it's coming to us?
Yes.
Okay, I understood. Thank you.
Okay, member Robbins.
I really appreciate that coming before us, just even if it's just to make us aware. I know that one of our budgeting issues were that we added a lot of positions over the last few years, and I'm sure the school committee was well aware of it, and I'm hoping that we can keep that practice. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. There are no further questions. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the job description for the paraprofessional at the high school.
Second.
Motion's been made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Stein. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
member Agna,
Yes.
member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
member Robbins,
Yes.
member Gazy,
Yes.
member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
member Stein,
Yes.
member Levy,
Yes.
and member Miller. Thank you.
Okay, that's been approved, and we're down to G, which is a vote on the Lieber MOA, and member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, this is just the public ratification of an MOA that was approved in a previous executive session. I think that's all that I really need to say about it.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the Libra MOA.
Second.
A motion's been made by member Stein, seconded by member Miller. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call please, Annie.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yeah.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, that passes, and we're moving on to H, which I honestly don't remember if we voted on this already, but I wanted to give an update on moving to hybrid, so moving in person with a hybrid option. And I am told that the community room at JFK will either be fully ready with the system that we're putting in there, or that it can be ready to a point where everyone would have individual mics and we could have a system where we could have our next meeting be hybrid at JFK in the community room. That next meeting it's November 10th, right? It's on our agenda, it says November 3rd, but I think that's incorrect. So that would be the November 10th meeting. So we can take a vote again. I can't remember if we voted. Yeah, Annie.
I think it is November 3rd, and I'm trying to remember why we put it. There was a reason why we were making the calendar last year, and I think it has something to do with Veterans Day, or
The 11th.
Veterans Day is the 11th. I do remember there was a reason why we did it, but now I don't remember what it was.
Okay, well, Member Levy, do you know why? No, too bad.
I think maybe Dr. Provost might remember why, because I cannot remember why. And when I do remember why, I will let you all know.
Okay. Okay, well, we will sort that out. But whatever the next meeting is, we could, I think, move there and have all the technology we need to be able to be heard, and to have both in person and hybrid. Member Levy.
I just want to clarify what the technology is that's in place. I appreciate that we will be heard. I also want to make sure we're seen. Right now on Zoom, when I speak, my people can center me as the speaker. The experience we had with the retreat, where there was a camera like way back in the back of the room, anybody zooming in couldn't see who was speaking. It made it a lot harder to follow. So just curious if you can confirm. I know we had said probably that technology would be maybe in place, but then maybe it wasn't going to be. So I just want to make sure that it's not like a whole lot of little faces that is going to make it really hard for the public on Zoom to follow.
Okay, I'm gonna see Dave if you're available and can answer that question. So I have a sense that it also depends on whether NOM is present with us in the moment, or whether we're just recording for them. And I don't know. And Dave, are you there? He's not popping up. I could get that answer for you. I don't have it right now, and I don't know that I would. You know what? I could get it and I could send it via email. And it could be that for the next meeting, if the system that's being sort of installed at JFK isn't fully there, it might be that it's for that first meeting in November or until that system is fully up and running, it is more like the experience that we had in council chambers. But I know there's a lot of concern about individual mics and being able to be heard. And so that is the thing that I can tell you with certainty, that each person would have an individual mic. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I know that at least, I think 2 members of the school committee participated in the retreat via remote participation. And I guess I'm just curious, what was that experience like? Did you feel like you could participate? Could you follow the conversation? If we had been in a regular school committee meeting, would you have felt like you could participate and vote?
So do either of the 2 of you who were remote want to weigh in on that?
I'm happy to share my experience, and I can't say it was a terribly positive one. I did, and part of it was the room setup, and part of it was that there weren't mics, so I couldn't hear half of what was being said. But I also knew the facilitators had their backs to me the entire time, and I appreciated the mayor doing a check-in to see if I was still alive. But it was kind of not being part of the group, and I get it that there's wins and losses in terms of being hybrid. And I have looked at some other school committees and how they've been doing it, and it's just awkward. I mean, it's not the worst solution in the world, but it's certainly not the best. But given the technology we have, it is what it is, I guess. My concern, if I can also use this stage, is to say I'm still concerned about masking, and I actually don't go into public places without a mask on. And I noticed at the retreat, I think only the mayor was masked. So I would like to be in that setting, and I would like to be with other folks, but I'm not sure I want to take that gamble.
Member Stein was also asked. Member Stein, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I had one too. Yeah, well, I just had a suggestion around I know we had talked a little bit in the past when we visited this about sort of like norms and conditions around what it means to have a hybrid meeting. So I'm wondering if that would be a good thing to talk about. And I do think it would be appropriate, sort of like Member Robbins said, that members may choose to come to certain meetings or not, depending on, I think, their comfort level, depending on what's going on in the community, et cetera. Because it's not just us. Like when we open this up, the public comes. So, I think maybe it would be an important norm that it's sort of up to the discretion of the school committee member on any given meeting, if that's something they want to, how they want to participate. I think that would be reasonable. The other thing I just wanted to offer, I didn't know, I've been getting to learn a lot about NOM because of the liaisons. I've been attending all the board meetings. And if there's anything I can do to reach out to them and talk to them about what they could provide to us in terms of, and I know they have other relationships with the school, obviously, but if there's anything I can do to be helpful in putting that request to them, I'd be more than happy to do that. Because, they might be able to provide us with capability that could address some of the concerns that Member Levy raised. If until other equipment set up or ongoing. So I'm happy to have those conversations or be helpful with that too.
Thank you. Yes, and they're working closely with Director Pagan, who's our ITS director, and to sort of put together the system. And to your point about masks or people feeling comfortable to be in person or not, my reading of, so again, we can proceed how we wish until April. Oh, I wrote it down somewhere, 1st, 15th, sometime in April, which is sort of the next decision point for the state. So as of right now, the provisions for the pandemic that have kind of loosened open meeting law around participation remotely are stand. And so my reading is that previously around remote participation, the chair had to be in the room, a quorum had to be in the room. All of that has been lifted. So as of right now, it's really, we wouldn't need to ensure that we had a quorum. It would just be people, members could choose whether or not they wanted to come in person or participate remotely. And that would be completely fine until the state tells us otherwise. Okay, so thoughts? Does someone want to make a motion? Do we want to hold off again and stay remote? Do we want to have the option and we'll try whatever's up and running in November, and I'll do my best to get further information as to what that's going to look like? Member Davis.
This may be my first motion that I've tried to wrap my words around. I would like to make a motion that we have our next meeting in person, hybrid, pending how you worded. Make sure that the things are in place so that we can be seen and heard. And I think that that would be it.
Okay, so that we move our next meeting hybrid, meaning people could participate remotely over Zoom or be present in the room, which would be back at JFK in the community room. And I will give further information what that's going to look like, with our point of reference being what it was like in council chambers. But I have been, the IT director told me that he can assure that we will have a system running that will allow us to do this, even if it's not the final full system. But I will give you more information. Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by member Davis, seconded by member Goldman. Further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please, Annie.
Can I clarify, do you mean, Member Davis, that we just have next month's meeting as a hybrid meeting, or is this to continue throughout the rest of the winter?
My meaning was beginning at this meeting going forward.
Going forward.
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, member Gazy. Oh, you're muted.
I'm wondering whether we should do this as a trial balloon, and see how it works and get feedback from the community, because if the experience is similar to what Member Robbins experienced, then, that's less participatory and also more difficult for the members who are remote to feel like they can participate. So I would suggest, maybe as a friendly amendment, that we try it and see how it feels and then figure out. I don't know. I won't be upset if you say no. But.
Sorry, member Davis.
I guess I get that. I would think, what would be our standards for knowing if it worked, knowing if it didn't? If we got X amount of letters saying I tried to watch and I couldn't tell who was talking, or like how much feedback how would we know? Because I totally agree. Can I ask to add to that though, Member Gazy, like, is it understood that it's also still on the TV? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not participating, but you can watch the meeting. Would it be filmed like the olden days when that's still being filmed and not just on Zoom?
Yes, so NOM would still be broadcasting it live.
Right. That filming is a little the front of our faces. You can see who's talking. right? As opposed to that far away Zoom look of the table and you can't tell who's talking, which I think that some folks mentioned too. I guess I would wonder, Member Gazy, like, I totally agree with you, but how would we measure how it went?
No clue.
Wonder.
Okay.
Can I also add something?
Sure, of
As
course.
the one hearing impaired person in this group, I also need to check out if it works for me, because I saw that during the retreat, if people don't speak into their mics, I can't hear them. And in fact, one of our presenters did not speak into the mic, so I could never hear what she said. So it's a trial balloon for me too. So I would request that we do a trial balloon in November and then assess. And my guess is we'll get some feedback.
And Member Miller, if I may just suggest, you might want to try both. So you might want to try what it's like in person and then try what it's like remote and see which gives you better access. Member Stein.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think through the very good question of like, how would we get the feedback? And I'm also thinking about how would we then make the next decision? So if we just do it for November and then we get feedback, does that mean we're going? Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we do that dance, right? I do think it would probably be a good idea to figure out how we're going to get feedback before committing to it long term if it's problematic in all these ways. But I don't know how we're going to solicit it. Maybe it's simply considering this is a decision that we get to make, and part of what we're deciding that on is a number of factors that impact us as participants in the body. Maybe we check in the December meeting and say, how do we think it went? And that's like, it's not like a big community engagement. It's like, we can look at how it looked on the recording. We can talk about what our experience was and then make a decision if we're gonna keep doing it. So I don't know if that means we should assume that December will be virtual, or, I mean, I think that's the tricky part, and we won't know in November how to decide that. Yeah. So I'm not helping, but I'm just exploring the problem more here. Yeah.
Yes, I'm puzzling through the same things in my head. I would say probably we should move to do it and have it on the November agenda to evaluate how we think it, on the December agenda to evaluate how we think it went, and then could make a decision to go back to just doing fully remote, knowing again that decisions may be made for us in the near future.
That would also give Member Miller a chance to try it out both ways.
Okay, Member Davis, did you raise your hand again?
Yeah, I just had one little quick thing that I'm sitting here putting my hand up and down, being wishy-washy about whether what I'm gonna keep thinking is harsh sounding. And that is, the kids are back in school and it feels uncomfortable to me that we're meeting remotely, with the exception of I mean, I haven't said anything because there are these technical issues that are still being worked out. Both like what Member Miller said and the camera behind the presenter at the retreat that was mentioned as well. Those things aren't good. And so those are technical issues. But once those things are worked out, if we're saying that the kids can be back in their classroom and the teachers are back in there and everybody's back in school, it seems like the school committee should be at least hybrid. And so I'm hoping that we can work out bugs so that everybody can hear and see. So that's So I hope that that's taken in the spirit in which I meant it.
Okay, thank you. I think like any transition, we will, as you said, sort of work out bugs and sort of figure out how to best work with the equipment we have to provide the best access for all. Member Levy.
I just want to echo that sentiment, Member Davis. I appreciate you naming it, and just want to, for the record, be clear that for me, I want the technological piece to ensure that all of our members can participate, and so that the public can continue to participate. We've had far more public engagement with our meetings when we're on Zoom than we ever had when we were in person. I just want to make sure we can continue that.
I think that that component won't really change. You know, if members of the public are coming in for public comment through Zoom, I don't think that experience will change very much for them.
Well, but if they can't see us or it's hard to follow, we may not get people staying for the rest of the meeting the way we do. Obviously not when we go until 11 o'clock, but speaking of which, we probably have to call the.
Oh my goodness, yes. That is true, but I do think that the different ways that they can access it, whether it's like on Facebook Live or live streaming by NOM or coming in on Zoom, it might be different experiences that will provide sort of, they can decide what sort of is best for being able to view us. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Can we quickly do this motion because it's on the floor, and then we will do the other motion that we have to do? Member Stein? Oh, you're muted.
I think, are we going to do a motion to suspend the rules?
I was trying to sneak this vote in before we did that, just because, okay, so we will kind of put aside the motion that's on the floor, and someone want to make a motion to suspend?
Motion to suspend rules until 10:25.
Well, that's gonna be, it's already 11.
Sorry,
AM?
11:25. That was withholding.
So I just, I want to remind you that we also are going into executive session.
I think it's gonna be fast.
Okay, just the more times we have to do this, more times it eats up, is my feelings on it. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
I'm not sure the second was, because they all happened at once. This motion made by Member Levy, seconded by, someone claim it?
I got Member Robbins.
Great. Any discussion of this motion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yep.
Member Gazy?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
And Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, so back to the motion that's on the floor. Member Stein.
Just, I didn't know if Member Davis, like there was a lot of friendly-ish amendments flying around, so I'm not sure which, like where she ended up with taking those for what the motion's going to be or not. So I just wanted to put it back to her to see what she wants us to vote on.
I think the motion was, didn't we vote on it? No, we just voted to suspend the meeting. The vote was, the motion was to have the next, the November meeting, as I didn't add this part, the trial balloon, I didn't say that part, to meet at the next meeting. Hybrid. I think that's basically what it was.
Okay, so just to clarify, that would mean then at that meeting, we would have to have a vote on what to do for the next meeting.
Right, because we were going to see how it goes, but it was undetermined about
how
exactly
be able
we're
to
going
assess it in real time necessarily.
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't know if you were gonna want to make the motion be the next two meetings were going to be the hybrid experiment, with the second one being the discussion if we should continue.
Well, we didn't say that. I didn't say that one. I think it was going to be November, try it out. How does it go? We somehow determine, you know, could people see, could people hear on both, on all ends?
And so then the decision about whether or not to change back to Zoom or keep going hybrid happens in December. Is that what you're saying, Member Davis?
I didn't say when we would say it. I don't know how that's the piece that I don't know about. How
Yeah, that's
decision
Member
happens.
Member Stein's question. And there was an offer of a friendly amendment to make that so that the decision happens in December. And Member Stein is asking, did you accept that friendly amendment?
I follow you. Yes. Yes.
So that means 2 hybrid meetings.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
and Mayor Shara.
Yes. So Annie, let's make sure to make a note that we're gonna put this on the December agenda. But that is what we will be doing for the next 2 meetings. Excellent, thank you. This brings us to J, which is update on the next retreat with Member Agna.
Given the hour and also the impossibility of having a full conversation about this, I appreciate those who've reached out to me with feedback about the first retreat or our only retreat at this point. And I think that it was important for us to have a way to evaluate or give feedback at the end of that retreat. And since it wasn't given to us that opportunity, again, I am only the organizer. I didn't make this retreat. I think the presenters were very clear in saying they made the decision to go with it the way they did. I am proposing that I put together a Google survey for our school committee to give feedback about the retreat and also feedback about where to go next and how to proceed with looking at norms, because I think given some of the discussions tonight, we do need to think about norms and also our rules, or as I think it was Liz said, our agreements about working together. But we also have the anti-bias, anti-racist work that is on the table. So I would just like to encompass all of that in a survey so that you have an opportunity to express what you would like. And then I don't know who will be the decider at this point because it's not me, even though I guess the vice chair has some, I won't say authority or power. I'm not sure exactly what, because it's not something that I seek. But I'd be happy to collate the feedback and present it to you and then decide how we want to proceed next.
Thank you for all the work you did for the first one and all the work that clearly is before you for how we proceed. I'm very
happy to do it. I always appreciate constructive feedback, but I also understand that there is some concern that I may have more authority than I should have. I'm not, as I said, I do not seek it. As I forget which president said that, it's not something that I relish in my life. I've had enough authority as it is. So I will put together a survey and people can weigh in on what they would like. And I do think that still on our agenda is norms and rules or agreements.
And just so people people know, I mean, so the vice chair has always set up, I don't know for how long, but certainly the last two previous vice chairs had set up all retreats. So you didn't grab this. It was given to you.
Thank you.
What has happened in the past. Member Stein.
Thank you, Member Agna. I'm grateful you're gonna set up the questionnaire and sort of help find a roadmap for the future. I just wanted to mention, this isn't sort of related to that, but just in general, point out that, you know, a number of times tonight, individuals have evoked things that have been said in that retreat in a way that seems like we had agreed to those provisions or those things. And to your point, like we haven't, right? Like we need, like part of the next step is like, how do we make agreement? So a number of times tonight, people have evoked, as we were reminded in the retreat, our job is X, or as we were, you know, and I think we need to be careful about evoking those sort of authority from what was presented to us when we're in the process of forming agreements about how we understand those suggestions. So that's just a sort of norm request that I have. And yeah, it seemed like the moment to raise it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the retreat? All right. Seeing none, there are no discussion topics listed. I don't see anyone raising their hands for any of them. So this brings us down to 9 future business and meeting dates. Ad hoc advisory, sorry, I want to lose the ad hoc COVID advisory subcommittee, Monday, October 17th at 5 p.m. Budget and property subcommittee, Tuesday, October 18th at 4 p.m. Rules and policy subcommittee, Wednesday, October 19th at 4 p.m. Exit interview subcommittee, advisory subcommittee, that's Thursday, October 27th at 3:30 p.m. Our next school committee meeting, we will get clarification on whether that's the 3rd or the 10th. But either one of those days, it'll be at 6:30 p.m. And curriculum subcommittee, Wednesday, November 9th at 5 p.m. Budget and property, Tuesday, November 15th at 4 p.m. And rules and policy, Wednesday, November 16th at 4 p.m. And we are now going to enter executive session if we vote to do so. Would someone like to make a motion?
Could I just ask a question about the meetings? So the meeting that's coming up on the 17th for the COVID advisory committee, I said that was the meeting we had pushed up. So I'm not sure, like, we don't have an agenda. So I'm wondering if we should not meet, right? There's no work of that committee to be done at the moment. So since we already had the earlier meeting, I wonder if we should just cancel it. I didn't know if we had to do that here now because we're announcing it or what.
Okay, the chair, Member Goldman, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Member Stein. I think that's a reasonable point. And because the policy has been referred to rules and policy, I wonder if we should meet just before or just after the next school committee meeting. We had a meeting in October, we should meet in November. But I will, I think we should let the meeting stand for now, and I can check in on this with Annie tomorrow, unless Annie, you want to chime in now. I know there might be other parts to it.
Well, you know, Member Goldman, you and I touched base about this today, and I agree with Member Stein on all of this. I did post a meeting that just was a discussion about next steps, just in case. The other problem is I wonder if we'll even get a quorum for a meeting this soon after the last one. So that's a concern. I could also send out another doodle to schedule that November meeting. Or actually end of October meeting, maybe depending on when we have that school committee meeting in November. It's
not really as Right. I mean, it sort of seems like the next steps would be Rules and Policy Subcommittee would take this up at their meeting on October 19th, but then it needs to go to the school committee. It doesn't come back to
Right.
the advisory committee necessarily, but the advisory committee does need to meet monthly, and we met October 3rd. So it would make sense for us to meet in November, most likely after the school committee, so that we know in the event that the school committee votes on and approves the new policy, which I'm hoping is the case, it would be good for our committee to meet and discuss the situation after the policy has been accepted by the committee. Member Stein, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. And we may also, like, I think we have to meet monthly, like you said. And I think the timing you laid out makes sense, and that we may also, whatever happens, we may also have further questions that are then we want to put to the committee from the school committee. So
Yes,
having something booked makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, November, shortly after the next school committee meeting, I think makes the most sense and would be most agreeable by most of the members.
Okay, so I'll cancel the meeting for Monday and put out a doodle poll for after the November school committee meeting.
Thank you, Annie. Really appreciate you adapting to the sort of back and forth of the schedule for the advisory committee.
Okay. So back to executive session. Would someone like to make a motion?
Request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations. Sorry, seems like a repeat. With non-union personnel, and Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body and the chair so declares.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by member Levy, seconded by member Agna. The chair does so declare. And just so everyone knows, we will be adjourning from executive session. We will not be coming back into open session. So everyone who is still hanging on with us, we're going to say goodnight to you now. And thank you for being here. And Annie, roll call, please.
Member Gazy.
Here.
I
Not
know
here.
you're here.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
And Member Robbins.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see who's still here.